Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. There is a thin line between trust and risk in relationships. Sometimes they start off with mutual adoration and passion, then proceed in an exciting whirlwind. However, cracks begin to show with time. It's simple to ignore the initial warning signs, writing them off as poor timing, stress, or fatigue. People don't merely bring themselves into a relationship when they get together. They carry their worries, hidden challenges, and prior experiences. This connection becomes a source of strength for certain people. Others experience devastation as a result. We're looking at a complex case today that began as a personal relationship, but turned into a terrible crime. A tale of passion, delusion, reliance, and deadly errors that had a terrible price. What caused a routine introduction to turn into a nightmare? When did it become out of hand? And was there anyone who could have stopped what was about to happen? We must return to the starting point in order to comprehend what transpired. 1991 saw the birth of Herline DeLay in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was raised in a loving household under the watchful eye of her sisters and parents. Being extroverted by nature, she found it simple to connect with others and was well known for her capacity to listen, encourage, and uplift others. Herline had a natural curiosity and a desire to learn about many subjects from an early age, but she was particularly interested in science and medicine. In an attempt to pursue a profession in research or medicine, she enrolled in college to study biological sciences. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she wasn't cut out for a career in an office or a lab. She took a risk because she was desperate for change. She relocated to Las Vegas, a city renowned for its fast-paced lifestyle and limitless chances. For Herline, Vegas was more than simply a new location to live. It was a new beginning. She developed a strong interest in exercise shortly after moving. She underwent a significant physical metamorphosis in a few months. She not only grew stronger, but also became much more confident. She became certified as a personal trainer as a result of her newfound interest. Her profession took off swiftly because she was determined to help others achieve their ambitions. Her inspiration, support, and sincere dedication were valued by her clients. Beyond simply creating exercise regimens, she encouraged others, assisted them in overcoming their fears, and developed into a reliable companion on their paths to self-transformation. Her enthusiasm, optimism, and ability to relate to everyone she worked with were all praised by her coworkers. On the inside, though, she was fighting her own internal battles. Herline frequently found herself wondering about life's purpose and looking for something more profound after moving. She discovered spiritual practices as a result of her search. She developed an interest in meditation, alternative medicine, and other philosophical stances. She grew increasingly enthralled with concepts of energy work, inner balance, and non-traditional worldviews as she continued to study. She moved to a new social circle as a result of this new interest. One of the individuals she started hanging out with shared her fascination with self-discovery. They discussed spiritual development, vitality, and the pursuit of a greater purpose in life. It was motivating at first, but gradually things began to shift. Armand was a gregarious, self-assured, and well-spoken individual. He had a gift for language, fitting in with any discussion and giving everyone around him a sense of understanding and attention. He seems to have had a lot of life experience and deepened his understanding. He eagerly shared his personal opinions with individuals who were looking for clarification on energy, consciousness, and the basis of existence. His ideas captivated Herline. She had the impression that he was aware of her goals, and that spending time with him would enable her to find something more. Their conversation swiftly evolved into a closer bond. They looked for methods to purify the mind, overcome internal obstacles, and defy the social conventions they felt were preventing them from moving forward. He eventually started presenting novel concepts, arguing that conventional approaches to self-improvement were overly constrained and that real enlightenment necessitated letting go of fear, extending one's perspective, and moving beyond the familiar. He talked about how pushing past conventional reality and releasing mental restraints were the only ways to attain true consciousness. Their travels started at that point. They left the city in search of isolated spots where they could escape the outer world. Herline explored with novel methods of self-discovery in these isolated locations. As time went on, these practices changed. The encounter began to involve restricted substances. She was informed that they were necessary to transcend the confines of reality and achieve a higher state of awareness. She had sensations that seemed like steps toward a deeper truth as she entered altered states of consciousness while under their effect. Every session appeared to be a path to deeper comprehension, but with time, the distinctions became less clear. Perception became erratic, and it became more difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. These encounters were euphoric, yet they took her farther from the world she had known. Eventually, the pursuit of harmony was no longer the focus. It had changed into something else. She might not have realized how far she had gone, but her life was gradually taking a turn that she could never turn back. Ash and Hurley's friendship progressed rapidly, and they became close very quickly. But gradually, oblique warning indicators appeared. They appeared to be minor behavioral shifts at first, and she didn't immediately notice them. Ash had the capacity to be loving and caring, yet occasionally he would abruptly turn aloof and reclusive. His moods fluctuated wildly. At times he spoke with enormous inspiration, as though he were telling her the greatest secrets of the cosmos. At other times he became agitated over little matters and would go for extended periods of silence. Sometimes he would completely vanish, not answering calls or messages, then come back as if nothing had happened. He clarified that in order to balance his internal energies and clear his head, he required time. He asserted that he was able to detect the emotions of others, and that, in order to escape their impact, he occasionally had to withdraw. Despite Herline's best efforts to be empathetic, these occurrences made her uncomfortable. Ash grew more adamant that she had to abandon her conventional views and alter the way she saw the world. He advised her to trust her instincts and pay attention to her inner voice, because reasoning prevented individuals from realizing their full potential. His chats grew more peculiar with time. He talked of higher creatures and individuals who were unable to evolve because of their connection to dark energy. Herline was particularly disturbed by his assertion that she needed to purify something within of herself. Ash maintained that he was able to detect an imbalance in her energy field, which was preventing her from reaching complete consciousness. He claimed that this was preventing her from realizing her full potential and finding harmony. His actions become increasingly erratic over time. On certain days he would claim to be able to read her mind or predict her future. At other occasions he got upset and said she should only trust him. The intensity of these mood swings increased. One day he was a motivating mentor, and the next he was suspicious, reclusive, and short-tempered. Rituals were among the most peculiar subjects he introduced. He asserted that there were age-old techniques for achieving enlightenment and removing internal obstacles. He believed that a person could only be liberated from the things that were keeping them from fully comprehending life through unique ceremonies. Herline initially dismissed it as just another intellectual idea. He gradually persuaded her to engage in these activities nevertheless. He informed her that she needed to get over her fear of the unknown. He maintained that she could only achieve true harmony if she had total faith in him. It took Herline a while to recognize that these discussions had become harmful. To her, it appeared to be nothing more than his private interests, his outlandish opinions. But as time went on, it became evident that his views were influencing their relationship in addition to his own behavior. He insisted more and more that she listen to him alone, have total faith in him, and never question his strategies. Ash Armand and Herline Kaur-Dulai were in his Las Vegas condominium on the evening of July 15, 2020. Together, they had intended to spend the evening in a spiritual cleansing session. According to Ash, the time had come to finally overcome all internal obstacles after discussions about achieving a higher state of awareness had been going on for a while. Ash insisted on utilizing banned drugs as part of the preparation. According to him, one could only get total clarity and a connection with actual reality while under their effect. Although Herline had previously dabbled with these medicines, something felt different this time, so she finally accepted, after some hesitation, it was a higher dosage than normal. Intense hallucinations started within minutes, her surroundings distorted, Sounds vibrated in eerie waves and things lost their familiar outlines. Her sense of reality was changing quickly. Ash grew increasingly angry as the consequences worsened. He spoke more rapidly and incessantly asserted that he was seeing beyond the material world and that his mind had become open to more profound realities. Herlene, meanwhile, was having trouble. There was no serenity in her images. Rather, they made her more nervous. Her body felt unresponsive as she attempted to concentrate. Ash started acting more and more strangely. He once went up to Herlene and informed her that he felt something strange about her. His eyes were heavy and his voice became sharp. He insisted that she needed to be cleansed because she was surrounded by a bad vibe. Tension increased when she attempted to argue. Ash said she was obstructing the flow of negative energy and was rejecting the process. His voice became irritated. He repeated himself, saying that he sensed a dark power within her that needed to be exhausted. The more time went by, the more disturbing his statements became. The incident rapidly got out of hand. Herlene tried to soothe him, but her words were no longer registering with him. The drugs confused his judgment, and he became obsessed with the notion that something had to be done now, that there was no more time to delay. Abruptly, he took hold of her wrists. She tried to escape, but she had little chance because of his strength, which was increased by adrenaline and a frantic mental condition. He pushed her with a violent motion, sending her crashing to the ground. However, it didn't end there. The pace of events was frightening. Ash didn't think one violent act was enough, so he snatched a large glass candle holder from the area and struck several times. Even when Herlene's head drooped and her body trembled a little, he continued to move forward. The nightmare then became worse. Deep wounds were caused by the use of a knife and other objects. Only when the victim's breathing ceased, when life had entirely departed her body, did it come to an end. There was a chilly quiet in the apartment. At last, Ash started to realize what had happened. He was in a state of shock as the effects of the drugs wore off and the adrenaline rush gradually subsided. His hands, clothes, and floor were all covered in blood. The metallic smell of what had just happened filled the air. He struggled to comprehend what he had done for the next few hours. He repeatedly approached the body, as though hoping something could be done to reverse it, but there was nothing more that could be done. Emergency services received a call on the morning of July 16, 2020. The other person's voice sounded shaky and tight at times, but it didn't have the obvious terror that one would expect in those circumstances. Ash Armand informed the dispatcher that his companion had passed away. He said he had attempted to assist her, but it was too late and that it was an accident. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. When Ash himself opened the door, they were instantly drawn to his appearance. Despite the crusted blood all over his body, he appeared more worn out than afraid. No obvious signs of shock or anguish were present, none of which are common responses from those who have recently seen a catastrophe. Officers saw a chaotic situation as soon as they entered. The body of Herlene Dulai lay still in the middle of the room. Her face and neck had heavy bruises, yet her skin had gone pale. There were dried blood spots all around the scratches on her hands. The condition of the room suggested that there had been a bloody conflict, but the bathroom was a sharp contrast. It seemed suspiciously clean. The tiles still had faint lines of blood on them, but the majority had obviously been cleaned. Officers discovered blood-stained garments in the washing machine. Ash's own attire also seemed freshly laundered, which immediately raised suspicions. 2 candles stood unlit near the bed. Herlene's skin had melted wax residues, which investigators found to be an unsettling and inexplicable feature. They discovered 2 knives, a folding utility blade and a kitchen knife, stained with dried blood on the nightstand. It was obvious that an effort had been made to conceal the events. A luggage that was placed close to the entryway was also inspected by the officers. They discovered documents, money, and personal stuff within. Ash appeared to have been getting ready to leave the scene, but he had either run out of time or changed his mind for some reason. He made contradictory comments when detectives started questioning him. After denying any memory, he maintained that Herlene had attacked him initially and that he had defended himself, but there were no wounds or scratches on his body, no evidence of a struggle to corroborate his account. Officers watched Ash's actions closely. He showed no signs of emotion. He didn't appear shocked by what had transpired, nor did he seek for assistance. The location was still being examined by forensic specialists. They discovered bottles of booze in the refrigerator. Traces of a powdered material that was later determined to be a banned substance were found on the table. The image was starting to take shape. There were indications that someone had made a haphazard attempt to hide the evidence. Everything suggested that the crime had been committed while under the influence of drugs that affect cognition. Investigators put Ash in the back of a patrol cruiser as they recorded the evidence. He didn't argue or resist. All he said was, "I didn't want it to end this way." Although the inquiry was just getting started, investigators were very certain at this point that his claim of self-defense was not credible. Detectives turned their attention to Ash's past as soon as he was taken into custody. What had brought him to this point was now more important than whether he was at fault. The inquiry soon turned up information from his past that could help explain what had transpired. Ash was Akshaya Anthony Dixit Kubiak in real life. After being born in India in 1981, he grew up in Japan and the United States. At a young age, his parents exposed him to meditation, alternative medicine, and spiritual practices. He studied Eastern philosophy as a youth, developed an interest in esoteric teachings, and experimented with energy healing and massage therapy. The pivotal moment occurred in 2011 when he attracted the interest of upscale escort business owner Garen James. Ash was a perfect fit for the upscale companionship market because of his attractive appearance. This brought him to Las Vegas, where he soon found himself enmeshed in a world of affluent customers, elite social circles, and rapid cash. He was selected to participate in the reality show Gigolos in 2012, which helped him become well-known and successful. But fame also brought with it new difficulties. Ash was driven to look for methods to uphold the image of a successful and attractive guy by the demands of the industry, the need to remain in the spotlight, and ongoing competition with colleagues. To improve his physical look, he started taking steroids and eventually progressed to more potent drugs. Soon, his increasing reliance on these drugs exacerbated his need for external validation. Aggression problems increased as a result. He was detained for driving under the influence, got into several fights in nightclubs in Las Vegas, and his behavior became more and more unpredictable. Ash's fame began to wane when Gigolos concluded in 2016. His attempts to remain relevant in the entertainment world failed, and his income decreased. He had lived a glamorous existence, complete with expensive indulgences, parties, and cars, thanks to the money he had made during his television days. By 2020, he found himself in a challenging situation. Formerly a popular public person, he now lived in a leased flat and earned money by occasionally meeting with show enthusiasts who were prepared to pay for his presence. His life had already gotten out of hand by the time he met Herline Kaur Dulai. In pursuit of meaning, he resorted to spiritual activities, developed an interest in mysticism, and persuaded himself that he could change the course of events. However, these views turned into an obsession while under the influence of drugs that affect the mind. He was able to regain a sense of authority through his friendship with Herline. He viewed her as someone he could influence, not just as a collaborator. His faith in his ability to influence her life gradually evolved into a strong conviction that he could influence not just her thoughts, but also her fate. His mind, already shattered by years of chemical abuse and self-delusion, finally broke on that fateful night. His life was gradually put together by investigators, and the more information that came to light, the more obvious it became. It was not a random crime. This was Ash's journey for years. In 2021, the trial got underway. He was charged with first-degree intentional harm by the prosecution, who claimed that Herline Dulai had been brutally attacked and that the self-defense allegation was not supported by the facts. Claims of transient mental illness served as the foundation for the defense team's argument. Ash maintained that substance abuse and emotional misery were the reasons he had lost control of his behavior. His lawyers tried to claim that the events of that evening were not intentional. He insisted in his claims that he had loved Herline and would never have done her any harm on purpose. The public's response was split. After discovering the case's specifics, many people demanded the strongest punishment imaginable and denounced the crime's savagery. Some Gigolo's fans stood with Ash, thinking he was a victim of his circumstances. Groups were established to gather money for his legal defense, and supporters sent comments on social media. Harlene's family put up a valiant fight for justice. In interviews, she was described by her parents and sisters as a clever and loving person whose life was sadly cut short by someone who betrayed her confidence. They stressed that the blame for what had been done could not be diminished by any excuse. The court's decision was delivered in December 2021. Ash Ahmed received a 20-year prison sentence after being convicted guilty of the crime against Harleen Dulai. After serving 8 years, he would be allowed to seek for parole under the legislation. The decision was met with disappointment by Harleen's family. Given the seriousness of the offense, her loved ones thought the punishment was excessively light. Nonetheless, the court's final decision was impacted by the defense's contention about his mental condition at the time of the occurrence. Ash may be eligible for early release as early as 2029, but the sentence stipulates that he will be imprisoned until 2041. It's still unclear if he will be given parole. There are still some unresolved issues in the case. What was going through Ash's head that evening? Did he have a purpose in mind, or was it just the effects of drugs? Why did he call the police after trying to hide his identity? Does he understand the full extent of his guilt? The inquiry is over. The penalty has been imposed. However, years later, the conversations are still going on. There are still differing views on this case, with some considering him a criminal and others still holding the view that he was a victim of his own troubles. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These were the terrifying last moments of a 16-year-old girl who was killed by the guy she used to call her father. She was the third of 4 victims killed. The Killer family was prosperous, attractive, and seemingly ideal. The quintessential American dream. Strangers wanted a life like theirs, friends envied them, and neighbors looked up to them. However, beneath that well-maintained exterior was a raging maelstrom of secrets, deceit, and anger. Their idyllic life began to show fractures that were too obvious to conceal, and when they eventually fell apart, it was more than simply a family disintegrating. It was a catastrophe that no one could have predicted. The patriarch, James Craig Kaler, seemed to have it all: a steady career and a 6-figure salary. He provided a life of dreams. From straight-A report cards to local sports glory, his wife Karen was the epitome of the ideal housewife and supermom, running the household and providing for their 3 children, Emily, Lauren, and Sean. Under their parents' tutelage, the Kaler children appeared to flourish. They seemed to be the epitome of what a family should be. Let's go back in time and see how this ideal family came to be through silent battles, concessions, and sacrifices. To begin with, Karen sacrificed her engineering degree in order to wed Craig and help him achieve his goals. After getting married in December 1985, the couple relocated to Colorado, where Craig had secured a promising career. Karen couldn't handle the thought of a long-distance relationship at the time, even though she was still in her 2nd year of college and had a few more years to finish her degree. Thus, Karen took a decision that would change her life. She dropped out of school to concentrate on Craig's profession and her marriage. She fully accepted the sacrifice because she was committed to making their life together wonderful. On April 8, 1991, Karen gave birth to their firstborn daughter, Emily, marking their first significant life milestone. Life appeared to be picture perfect. Karen assumed the role of a stay-at-home mother as Craig's career flourished. But even after delivering a baby, Karen's mother, Pat, saw that her daughter was constantly prioritizing Craig's demands over her own. It was strange, as if Karen no longer lived for herself. Another shift in Craig's career came in 1992, when he was offered a high-paying position in Greenville, Texas. After moving, the family welcomed Lauren, their 2nd daughter, in May 1993. The Kalers seemed to have it all: 2 intelligent, successful children, Karen's commitment to her family, and Craig's career success. The eldest child, Emily, was intelligent and a people pleaser. Like her mother, she aspired to be intelligent and creative. Lauren played bass and sang, while Emily played drums and sang. However, conflicts were simmering beneath the surface. A dispute over having more children was the source of one of those difficulties. With 2 children, Karen thought their family was perfect, but Craig desired a third. In a somewhat unconventional step, the couple drafted a written contract. Karen agreed to have one more kid in exchange for the opportunity to have a treatment that would stop her from getting pregnant in the future. Craig complied, and their son Sean was born in March 1999 as a result. Later, Craig had a vasectomy to make sure their expanding family wouldn't experience any more surprises. Life seems to have stabilized by this time. Craig's career continued to grow once he was hired for a new position in Weatherford, Texas, a quiet town close to Dallas. Karen adjusted once more and became fully involved in her new community. She developed a solid network of friends and resources by joining a local moms organization and rising to the position of president. She also ensured that her children were engaged and active. Emily was a talented student and musician. Sean became a budding baseball star, and Lauren flourished in band and sports. Although it appeared to be the ideal life from the outside, Craig's infatuation with perfection left little room for anything that wasn't perfect. He had very high expectations of everyone, even his own family. He started criticizing his daughter Lauren since she had attention deficit/hyperactivity disorder and didn't receive straight A's like Emily. Craig didn't hesitate to make fun of Lauren since he thought she wasn't good enough. Furthermore, Craig's need for control extended beyond his family. He started to come across as stiff, impolite, and even haughty. He was challenging to collaborate with because of his fixation on appearances. He even told others that women in leadership positions weren't worthy of them, demonstrating his lack of regard for them. He also developed a reputation for being frugal, asking coworkers to buy him dances, going to strip clubs with them, and borrowing tools for house improvements rather than purchasing them. Craig maintained strict control over the family's money, even though he made a respectable $180,000 0 cents annually. Every time Karen went shopping, she had to keep the receipts, and she had a strict weekly allowance. When Craig arrived home, he would examine each one carefully and become furious if he felt something was superfluous or overly costly. However, money wasn't the only factor. Craig had complete control over their lives, including their sexual lives. Karen had to go to bed at 8:30 p.m. every night as part of their regimen. She would apologize in a whisper to her friends if she answered a phone after 8 p.m. and explain that she had to leave because Craig needed her in the bedroom at a certain time. He would pay for it if she didn't comply with his request that she go to bed at 9. Their children even learned not to bother them after 8:30 because it had become such a ritual. Karen was required to follow Craig's instructions even when she was ill. Turning him away was risky. Karen was aware that it was simpler to simply give in when his rage frequently turned violent. Now, this was not always the case. Karen's life was less regimented when they initially started dating, but Craig's expectations became increasingly severe over time. To observe Karen and her together, he even proposed introducing a third party, a woman in particular, into their relationship. Karen found it hard to say no, even though she was completely uncomfortable with this. Karen discreetly joined a gym because she was desperate for some privacy and a place of her own. Exercise had always been enjoyable to her, and it gave her a sense of control over her life again. Karen had to perform odd jobs like baking cakes to pay for the membership herself, since Craig, who was always bossy, wouldn't pay. She scraped up enough money to join Powerhouse Gym by January 2006, and she soon established herself as a regular. She eventually even started working as a personal trainer on a part-time basis. Although Craig was surprisingly cool with her working at the gym, he did have one requirement. She had to be home by the time the kids got home from school, and Karen was excellent at all she did as usual. She made pals at the gym right away, and she soon found herself griping about Craig at work. She would talk about how they were always fighting, how she never seemed to be good enough, and how angry he was all the time. Sometimes one of the children had to step in to break up their fights because they were so fierce. Things would get physical on bad days, and Karen would have bruises to show for it. Craig's dominance over her was oppressive. even though everyone at the gym knew how unhappy she was and how much she wanted to end the relationship. She was on the verge of losing it, and meeting Sunny, a personal trainer, only appeared to make matters worse. Sunny helped Karen open up about the most painful aspects of her relationship, things she was unable to discuss with anyone else. Because she was composed and understanding, Sunny and Karen developed into more than just friends over time. The two developed a close romantic and sexual relationship. How this occurred is the subject of some conjecture. Others say Karen and Sunny had already had an affair before Craig even knew about it, while others think Craig encouraged it because he had previously requested Karen to add a third person to their relationship. Whatever the origin of their relationship, it developed into a threesome. Craig even bought flowers for both women, texted Sunny in a flirtatious manner, and urged them to go on weekend trips. Later on, though, he denied pressuring the two to get together. Craig's narrative was different from Karen and Sunny's, who were upfront about their connection. The main problem, according to him, was that his meticulously constructed picture of the ideal family was disintegrating, and Karen was destroying their marriage. Craig saw a chance to take back control in 2008. A higher-paid job in Columbia, Missouri was given to him, but it would require him to leave Sunny and Karen. He took the job offer right away, but Karen was heartbroken. She had roots in Weatherford, but she didn't want to leave Sunny. Her children participated in school activities. Sean played baseball, the girls were in a band, and Karen had strong connections to neighborhood volunteer organization. But as usual, Craig's wishes won out. Karen had to finish things at home because he relocated to Columbia a few months before her. Craig was unaware of Karen and Sunny's decision to remain together over the long term at this period. He believed that it was only a brief liaison, and that Karen would become the submissive wife he wanted her to be after they parted ways. Craig thought things had returned to normal when Karen and the children eventually moved to Columbia. He even permitted her to continue working as a fitness instructor while pursuing a health science degree at the University of Missouri. But Karen had gotten a taste of independence following her time with Sunny. Simply being permitted to work or attend school wasn't enough for her. She didn't want to live a life in which Craig felt entitled to dictate everything she did. Craig started to tighten his hold on his wife, Karen, after realizing he was losing control. His compulsive tracking of her every action, including who she spoke to, what she wrote in her emails, and where she went, soon devolved into a full-scale breach of her privacy. At an old friend's New Year's Eve party in Weatherford in December 2008, this toxic fixation reached a breaking point. Sunny, the last person Craig had ever wanted to see, was there when they entered the party, even though neither Craig nor Karen had anticipated seeing her. The situation was exacerbated by Karen's overt flirtation with Sunny. In front of everyone, they were cuddling, laughing, hugging, and sipping from the same glass using 2 straws. By this time, Craig was angry. His anger and jealousy overcame him, especially because Karen and Sunny's connection was now widely known. Craig felt that the disrespect was intolerable and that it was a total slap in the face. At the party, the rage erupted, with Craig yelling at Karen and Karen yelling back. It was a spectacle rather than merely a private dispute. Craig became so enraged and humiliated by their heated argument that he told everyone that Karen was having an affair. Karen retaliated by kissing Sunny in front of everyone. They were asked to leave by the host, who was obviously uneasy. The drama didn't stop there either. Outside on the front lawn, the altercation continued and quickly became physical. Karen was pushed by Craig, who was so furious that she fell and struck her head on the floor. They were both reeling from the ramifications by dawn. Despite the confusion, Karen started to reconsider how she was pushing Craig. Sunny refused to listen to her when she suggested that they take a vacation from their relationship. She informed Karen that Craig was the issue, not her. After seeing his violent outbursts, Sunny was extremely worried about Karen's safety. Karen bravely decided to file for divorce in late January 2009. She began sleeping in a different room, but she didn't leave the house right away. She and Sunny also kept up their long-distance friendship. Craig continued to monitor Karen's correspondence and even searched through her belongings, because he was still excessively controlling. He discovered several of Sunny's greeting cards and used them to follow her everywhere. Craig would follow Karen whenever she planned to see Sunny in an attempt to ruin their time together. He was unrestrained in his jealousy. Craig became more and more unstable at work. He would show off his photo album to his colleagues, asking them questions like, "Isn't this a happy family? Why doesn't Karen want to be a happy family?" Everybody felt uncomfortable around him, but Craig didn't seem to notice or care. His need to dominate Karen's life devoured him too much. Following Craig's comments during a municipal council meeting in March 2009, the atmosphere escalated. Karen, who was present to encourage him, got drawn into yet another contentious dispute. Craig's rage became physical this time. Karen phoned the police when he assaulted her. Craig was taken into custody on charges of third-degree domestic violence. Karen told the police that Craig had become more violent and domineering over time, and that he had physically obstructed her leave, putting her against a cabinet. Craig denied the assault, saying he was merely attempting to embrace Karen, but the marks on her body revealed otherwise. Craig was taken into custody and charged. Taking the children with her, Karen left their house and leased a flat across Columbia. Additionally, she took $50,000, 0 cents, out of their joint bank account, indicating that she was at last escaping Craig's harmful and poisonous influence. Now, Craig's arrest was absolutely terrible. His acts as a city official made headlines, and his strange and disturbing behavior at work only got worse when it was revealed. The city eventually released a public statement, claiming that Craig's resignation was caused by challenging family matters, but the reality was much more nuanced. His already brittle ego took a hit when he was fired, not voluntarily. The fact that his previously flawless reputation was now in ruins, no family, no career, and no control over anything, was too much for him to bear. Craig packed all his belongings and left his home to return to his parents' Kansas farm. He thought that working hard on the farm would help him decompress, but the distance didn't help. On the contrary, it made him more obsessed with his ex-wife Karen. Craig was baffled as to why Karen had abandoned him. He had imagined himself to be the ideal husband. She left, even though he had given her everything. He wouldn't acknowledge that his domineering actions might have driven her to the edge. He continued to stalk her at this time, reading her emails, texts, and even her cards. He blamed Sonny for everything and was unable to let go. Craig was furious when Sonny texted him to tell him that Karen didn't love him as much as he believed. Even though he had been cool with Karen and Sonny's connection, as long as he could see and participate in some perverse way, he began referring to them by name and using homophobic epithets. His daughter's rejection of him, however, was what ultimately drove him over the edge. They wanted to make their own decisions since they were sick of his domineering behavior. His eldest daughter, Emily, was the first to go. She demonstrated that she would no longer follow his instructions by choosing a college that he disapproved of. This felt like a slap in the face to Craig. He placed even more blame on Karen, accusing her of brainwashing the girls to rebel against him. When one of his daughters came out as bisexual on Facebook, things only got worse. Craig took this as justification to snap at her rather than offering her support. He was certain that their mother had also had an impact on this. Curiously, he began assembling a substantial case against Karen, gathering more than 3,500 pages of purported proof for his divorce lawyer. This had details about each time Karen visited Sonny, as well as screenshots of their private correspondence. He never provided any evidence to support his claims that the two ladies had sex in front of the children. Craig's actions become increasingly strange and unsettling. No one took him seriously when he told his buddies that he wanted to kill Sonny. Ignoring the warning signs until it's too late is a recurring theme in these situations. Not to mention that Craig was having affairs with several women in spite of his anger at Sonny and Karen. His actions were inconsistent. However, things appeared to be a little different with regard to his son, Sean. Craig said that the only person who hadn't entirely abandoned him was Sean. Craig tried to stay active in his son's life by spending time with him and taking him fishing and hunting. By all accounts, he was still making an effort to be a good father to Sean, even if he was a horrible husband to Karen and a domineering, aloof parent to his girls. It seemed as though Sean was Craig's one remaining chance, the one relationship that hadn't been ruined. Let's fast forward to Thanksgiving 2009. Karen continued to make an effort to maintain her family's closeness while Sean was with Craig. She wanted her girlfriend Sunny and all of her kids to spend the holiday with her grandmother Dorothy. Karen went to collect Sean from Craig's place and bring him to Dorothy's the day after Thanksgiving. At the age of 89, Dorothy resided in a peaceful farmhouse in the little Kansas town of Burlingame, which had fewer than 1,000 residents. However, a deputy was finishing up some paperwork on Saturday, November 29, 2009, when a call regarding a strange car in Burlingame was received. It was a little after 6 o'clock, following a neighbor's allegation of a little truck rushing through the neighborhood. They saw the driver arrive, exit the vehicle, and begin to stroll down the street. The man returned a short while later with a big object they were unable to recognize. The neighbors thought it might be a robbery, so they got a flashlight and went outside to confront him. However, before they could approach, the man put the thing in the back seat of the truck, got inside, and drove away. The deputies went to investigate after the neighbors promptly alerted the sheriff's office. Minutes later, however, a second call was received, one that would result in a far more sinister revelation. Nothing could have prepared the deputies for what they would see upon arrival, but they realized right once that this was a serious situation. The first person they encountered when they arrived at Dorothy's house was Dorothy. She had been shot multiple times and lay profusely bleeding on the kitchen floor. She was scarcely alive anymore. Karen was discovered in the dining area as they hurried to the next room. She was already dead, having been shot twice. They found Emily, 18, resting behind the couch in the living room. She had been shot twice as well. She was probably instantly immobilized by the second bullet and had already passed away. Then, from upstairs, the deputy heard a faint voice requesting assistance. Lauren was the one. Lauren, 16, was still alive but severely injured, having been shot several times and barely surviving, just like Dorothy. Lauren muttered the name Craig as she was being carried away. Her feeble response to the question of who that was, "My dad," and it was not long before Lauren passed away from her wounds as well. Soon after came Dorothy, who had been struggling for her life with all her might. That left Sean, the family's lone survivor, a reluctant observer of this needless killing. He claims that when the nightmare started, he and Karen were sitting together polishing some old coins. Craig suddenly stormed in the back door, rifle in hand, and started shooting at Karen. Sean was frantic to get away and ran for his life in the confusion. More gunshots rang out through the home before he could reach Karen's phone to ask for assistance. Terrified, he realized he had to leave, so he ran away, heading for the next-door neighbor. Naturally, Craig's search order was issued right away, and the investigators quickly found his car, abandoned in the middle of nowhere, oddly out of place. As if he had been getting ready for something, the officers discovered a disturbing scene inside. A rucksack filled with necessities like soap, toilet paper, and tinned food, as well as a hoard of extra ammunition and unopened bottles of anxiety medication, but there was no sign of Craig himself. However, a few hours later he was seen appearing disoriented and unkempt while meandering down an empty road. He didn't try to flee when he noticed the officers coming. "I'm the guy you're looking for," he murmured instead, and was taken into custody without a fight. Craig's defense team contended that he was driven to the edge by his mental health problems, which included despair and numerous personality disorders. They said he lost control of his temper and snapped. The prosecution, however, presented a far more sinister image of a guy whose acts were terrifyingly premeditated. They provided a key piece of evidence to support their arguments. Craig had depression, according to his expert psychiatrist's testimony, yet he was still obviously capable of organizing the killings. One important aspect that showed his actions were deliberate rather than spontaneous was that he spared Sean's life. The last trial started 2 years after the killings. Sean, who was now 12 years old, showed incredible fortitude by taking the stand and vividly narrating the horrific events. He talked about the commotion that ensued after he saw his father shoot his mother. His evidence made it clear that Craig's actions were the result of months of simmering wrath and deliberate intent, rather than an impulsive moment of poor judgment. In her testimony, Sunny also revealed Karen and Craig's toxic relationship. She described how she tried to shield Karen from Craig's erratic behavior, and how at first he seemed unconcerned when she and Karen started dating. But his attitude changed dramatically. only turning nasty once Karen made the decision to leave him. Sunny acknowledged, though, that she had no tangible proof to support her testimony, which was based only on her recollection and what she had heard from Karen. The jury returned a unanimous decision after only 2 hours of discussion. Craig committed capital homicide. After his claim of insanity was denied, he was sentenced to the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. When Kayla received his fate today, he remained emotionless. The execution sentence is a form of retaliation for the 4 family members who were shot dead. The defendant is currently being sentenced to death by the court on the capital murder charge. In order to avoid hearing the victim impact statements, James Craig Kaler chose not to speak on his own behalf and even requested permission to leave the room. He was ordered to remain by Chief Judge Philip Fromm. While many people in the courtroom felt that justice had been done, Sean was not at all relieved by the verdict. 12-year-old Sean had already experienced unfathomable loss. Standing in court, he stated, "I do not want my dad to receive the death penalty because it would be hard on my grandparents. I do not want my whole family gone." His voice was steady but full of emotion. Many were in disbelief when a toddler who had seen so much suffering said these remarks. Sean still considered Craig to be a father, a man who had shown him love and kindness, in spite of Craig's horrifying behavior. In contrast, Craig displayed no remorse for the lives he had taken. He started writing letters to the primary prosecutor and other individuals after being sentenced. They weren't excuses. Rather, Craig asserted that he was relieved to have liberated Sean from what he described as a poisonous atmosphere. An appeal was promptly submitted to the Kansas Supreme Court by Craig's legal team. The court rejected their claims that his mental health problems weren't adequately taken into account throughout the trial, and that the jury was biased. One court noted that Craig's mental health had been taken into account during sentence, while another said that Kansas law does not exonerate someone just because they have a mental illness. It just did not justify his actions. Craig's appeal was ultimately turned down. He was left to deal with the fallout from his decisions as his options for additional legal action became limited. He is currently still on death row, which serves as a sobering reminder of the horrible atrocities he did. Although justice may have been done, it's difficult to determine whether it really makes up for the lives lost. We can only hope that he pays for the destruction he wrought and lives out the rest of his days tormented by his deeds. Regarding Sean, his tale is one of remarkable fortitude. He was able to overcome all of the hardships and pain he had experienced. He is a live example of fortitude and tenacity in the face of unspeakable sorrow. He completed high school and is currently employed in Kansas. His story gives hope by demonstrating that there is hope even in the most dire circumstances. However, what about this instance? It remains with you. Do you believe that the proper assistance or action could have avoided this tragedy? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Mueller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Muellers' disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that 2 people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered, but there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the 2 persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had 2 suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did. The Muellers were very different from the Kehoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Kehoe house was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, the video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation. Constantly one step ahead of the law, they had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices, but the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Keyhoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Keyhoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Keyhoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Keyhoe brothers, Kirby Keyhoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Keyhoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Keyhoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Keyhoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Keyhoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Keyhoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chivi Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chivi Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chivi was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane or that Chidi was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Chevy's time was spent at the U.S. Penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On May 14, 1973, a nightmare unlike any other descended upon the quiet all-day family farm in Seminole County, Georgia. It began with 4 escaped convicts, cold, hungry, and desperate, fleeing a Maryland prison. They were looking for a place to hide, maybe steal supplies and keep running. But what they found was a remote trailer that seemed empty. That illusion didn't last long. Ned Alday and his son Jerry returned home unexpectedly, stepping straight into danger. The men were armed and ready. At gunpoint, Ned and Jerry were forced inside their own home and executed in cold blood. But the horror didn't end there. One by one, other family members arrived, unaware of the bloodshed waiting inside. Jimmy Alday showed up next. He didn't make it out alive. Then came Ned's brother, Aubrey, and another son, Sugi. Both were gunned down without hesitation. The cruelty escalated when Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, arrived. She was abducted, driven miles away, and subjected to unspeakable torture before being murdered. Her body was dumped in the woods, left to the elements, and a nest of fire ants. In just a few hours, 6 members of one family were wiped out, in what remains the most gruesome mass murder in Georgia's history. The brutality shook the nation, and even decades later, people still ask, was justice ever truly served? To understand how this terrifying chain of events began, we need to go back to the men behind it, starting with the ringleader, 19-year-old Carl Isaacs. He wasn't new to crime. In fact, trouble followed him long before that fateful day. In fact, by the time this massacre took place, he had already built a reputation as a habitual thief. He wasn't just a petty criminal either. Carl had a way with words and could charm his way into getting what he wanted, often manipulating people to get ahead. His criminal journey began early, with stealing cars and breaking into homes as a teenager. By 16, he was already deep into his criminal ways, landing himself in trouble with the law multiple times. But nothing really stuck until March 27, 1973, when he was finally sentenced and sent to Maryland State Penitentiary. However, soon after he arrived, chaos erupted. A riot broke out in the prison, and Carl was caught in the middle of it for over 8 hours. He was brutally attacked by other inmates, leaving him badly beaten. This led to his transfer to a new facility for his protection. He was moved to the Maryland Correctional Camp temporarily, before being transferred again on April 21, 1973 to the minimum security Poplar Hill. This move, however, would prove to be a huge mistake for the authorities. As it turned out, Carl already had an inside connection, his 26-year-old half-brother Wayne Coleman. Like Carl, Wayne spent much of his childhood bouncing in and out of foster care. His criminal history was also lengthy, involving car theft and breaking into homes. Wayne had already been at Poplar Hill for a few months before Carl's arrival. Now, the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Carl was bold, aggressive, and manipulative, while Wayne was shy, reserved, and more of a follower. It didn't take Carl long to find Wayne at the facility, and once he did, he wasted no time revealing his escape plan. He told Wayne he wanted him to be part of it. Wayne agreed, but on one condition. Carl had to bring along his friend, George Dungy, a 36-year-old inmate locked up for failing to pay child support, which was considered a minor crime compared to his fellow prisoners. Wayne and George had become close during their time in prison, even developing a romantic relationship. So when Wayne approached George about the escape plan, George, even though he was soon to be released, agreed to join the escape. However, Carl wasn't exactly thrilled about George being part of the plan. In fact, Carl wasn't fond of George at all, largely because of his race. But despite the tension, the trio was formed, and they managed to break out on May 5, 1973 around 3 in the morning. Carl and his crew managed to sneak through a bathroom window and made a break for it, disappearing into the surrounding woods. They used the trees and underbrush to cover their escape, eventually finding their way to Baltimore, Maryland, where they managed to swipe a car to continue their getaway. By the time they secured a ride, the authorities at Poplar Hill had realized the prisoners were missing. But here's the crazy part. The prison didn't bother to alert the local authorities because they didn't think these guys were dangerous. They didn't exactly rush to bring them back. The escapees laid low in Baltimore for the next 2 days, just trying to blend in. But Carl, ever the mastermind, decided he wanted to bring along his younger brother Billy Isaacs, who was just 16. Billy, like most younger siblings, looked up to Carl and was all in when his brother offered him a seat in the car. So now it was the four of them: Carl, Wayne, George, and Billy hitting the road. They spent about a week hanging around Maryland, but eventually the reality hit. They needed money to keep going, so they did what they knew best. They started breaking into houses along their way to fund their next move. Now, Carl's ultimate goal was to head south, specifically to Florida or Mexico, where he and his crew could live free from the law. But before they could get there, they needed to keep moving. On May 10, 1973, while traveling near McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, Carl spotted a truck with no owner around. He thought this was the perfect chance to steal a vehicle. As Carl and his crew tried to take it, a young man named Richard Miller, the truck's neighbor, saw them and decided to intervene instead of letting them get away. Richard chased after them. Unfortunately, he was caught, and the group argued about who would take the life of the young man. In the end, they tied him up, forced him to his knees, and shot him in the back of the head. They dumped his body on a remote logging road, hoping he would be forgotten afterward. Carl's gang continued south, eventually landing in Donaldsonville, Georgia on May 14, 1973. The town seemed peaceful and isolated, perfect for hiding out. By about 4 p.m., they spotted a trailer and broke in, tearing it apart for anything valuable. While Billy and George kept lookout, Carl and Wayne started to search. But just as they were getting into it, a blue Jeep appeared on the road. Inside the Jeep were Ned Alday and his son Jerry. And that's when everything took a deadly turn. But before diving into the events of that day, it's important to understand the Alday family and the legacy they left behind. The patriarch, Ned Alday, was born on September 7, 1910 in Donaldsonville, Georgia. He met the love of his life, Ernestine, in their small community, and the two eloped in 1935. Together they built a strong, loving family, raising 9 children and establishing a solid reputation in their community. The Aldays were the epitome of Southern hospitality, always helping out their neighbors and embodying wholesome values. Ned wasn't just a family man, he was a pillar in the local community. He played a key role in building the local church, and many members of the Alday family, including his children, contributed significantly to the church as officers and Sunday school teachers. Financially, the Aldays were responsible and hardworking. Early on in their relationship, Ned and Ernestine saved every penny to buy a small home, which they later traded for nearly 400 acres of farmland, complete with a larger farmhouse on River Road. The farm was a family operation, with everyone pitching in to help. By 1973, however, only 2 of their older sons remained close enough to continue working on the farm. Jerry Alday, at 34 years old, had moved into his own trailer a few miles down the road with his wife, Mary. His older brother, Chester, known as Sugi, lived even closer with his wife, Barbara, just yards away from the Alday farmhouse. But by all accounts, the Aldays were the kind of people who kept to themselves. They were quiet, hardworking folks with no criminal history, just a peaceful, down-to-earth family. But on May 14, 1973, nothing could have prepared them for what was about to happen. As mentioned earlier, it was just another normal day when Ned Alday and his son Jerry were heading back to Jerry's trailer after a long day's work. They had their usual plan to meet up, talk about the day, and figure out what was next. But as they got closer to the trailer, Carl ordered them inside the trailer, and once they were in, he made them empty their pockets onto the kitchen table. But all he found were a few coins and other insignificant items, nothing of real value, so he decided to separate the two. Jerry, who was 35, was taken to one side of the house, and Ned, at 66, was led to the other side. It wasn't long before the horror started. Carl shot Jerry 4 times with a .22 caliber gun. Meanwhile, Wayne, who was with Carl, was handling Ned in the other room. Wayne shot Ned once in the head with a .32 caliber gun, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Ned, though gravely injured, managed to get up and fight back. Carl heard the commotion and rushed in to help Wayne, shooting Ned 5 more times with his .22. And Carl didn't stop there. He actually stayed at the trailer for a while, waiting for Mary, Jerry's wife, to come home before he killed Jerry. He had asked if Jerry was married. Jerry told him he was and begged Carl not to hurt his wife. But that only seemed to fuel Carl's desire to take more lives. He wanted to wait for Mary himself, but before he could do that, Jimmy Alday, a 25-year-old, showed up. He'd just finished parking the tractor and walked up to the back door. When he knocked, expecting to see his brother, he was met by Wayne with a gun in his face. Wayne went through Jimmy's pockets, just like with Jerry and Ned, but found nothing of value. Carl was furious, accusing him of showing up because he heard the gunshots. Jimmy denied it, explaining that this was just part of their regular routine. But Carl wasn't buying it, and ordered Jimmy to the living room, where he forced him to lie face down on the couch. Without hesitation, Carl shot Jimmy twice in the back of the head with his .22 caliber gun. Afterward, Carl went outside and decided it was time for him and his crew to leave. But as he was moving the tractor, he heard another car pull up. It was Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, returning home with groceries. Carl snuck up behind her and pressed a gun to her back, just like he had done to the men. Mary was forced into the trailer, and Carl rifled through her purse, finding only $1.00 and some small items. But just as Carl was dealing with Mary, two more Alday family members arrived. Chester, Ned's son, and Aubrey, Ned's brother. They were laughing and chatting when Carl, already on edge, stormed outside and captured them at gunpoint. They were forced inside the trailer, where Mary was crying uncontrollably at the table. Carl and Aubrey took a moment to observe her distress before forcing Chester to sit on the floor. Then Carl and Wayne took action. Wayne pushed Chester into the bedroom where Ned's lifeless body lay, and without hesitation, he shot Chester once with his gun. Carl, not done yet, turned his attention to Aubrey, who was 57. He led him into the same bedroom and shot him once. In a tragic final moment, when the bodies were found, it was clear that Aubrey's fingers were folded over Jerry's, his nephew. It was as if in his last moments, Aubrey reached out to hold Jerry's hand, a heartbreaking symbol of love and loss, before succumbing to his injuries. After the brutal killings, Mary Alday was dragged from the bathroom and taken back into the kitchen, where Carl didn't show any sign of mercy, assaulting her himself. Once he was finished, Wayne did the same. By now, the gang had decided it was time to leave, but they weren't done yet. They took Mary in her car, driving deep into the woods. But Carl wasn't done tormenting her. He yanked her out of the car by her hair and dragged her through the dirt. He assaulted her again, humiliating her in ways no one should ever have to endure. Then, in a chilling and twisted display, they took degrading photographs of her. After all this suffering, they decided it was time to end her life. George then forced Mary onto the ground, her face pressed into the earth. He shot her once in the back of the head with a .22 caliber gun. Once they finished, they abandoned her body in the car in the woods like it meant nothing at all. That's when Carl, Wayne, Billy, and George sped off. But the news of the murders spread fast, shaking the small community to its core. Donaldsonville was a quiet town where something like this was unheard of, and no one could wrap their heads around the senseless violence. But rather than splitting the community apart, the tragedy seemed to unite everyone even more. Neighbors, friends, and even strangers rallied together, offering their help to the remaining Alday family members. With the farm at risk and everything in turmoil, they stepped in, making sure the farm's operations continued. Then, just a few days later, the town came to a standstill. 3 days after the murders, Don Wilsonville officially stopped everything for the day to mourn the Alday family. The mayor declared a day of mourning and the streets were empty, as if the entire town had hit pause. On May 17, 1973, the funeral processions began, and nearly every single person from the town and many from surrounding areas gathered outside the Spring Creek Baptist Church. The church was way too small to hold 6 coffins and the huge crowd that showed up to mourn, so they ended up holding the funeral right outside on the church grounds. The Alday family was remembered for more than just their hard work and dedication to the community. They were the kind of neighbors everyone wanted, kind, helpful, and always there when needed. But while the town was grieving, the fugitives had already made their way to West Virginia, trying to put as much distance between them and the crime they'd committed. That's when fate finally caught up to them. They were found after being forced to flee on foot when they ran into a roadblock. This time, there was no escape. George was the first to crack. He confessed everything, spilling the details of the horrific jailbreak and how it led to the massacre of the Alday family. For 2 long hours, he recounted everything, expressing deep regret, especially for what he had done to Mary. He admitted that the weight of his actions had kept him up at night, and he couldn't live with himself anymore. With George's confession in hand, investigators wasted no time turning their attention to the others, starting with Billy. At first, it seemed like Billy wasn't as involved in the killings. He didn't allegedly shoot anyone, according to George, but ballistics told a different story. The Alday family had been killed with 4 different weapons, and one of those weapons was in Billy's possession. Billy's version of events was almost identical to George's. He said Carl had taken his gun when they were shooting Jerry, because Billy had run out of bullets. Since the story seemed believable, and Billy was too young for the death penalty, investigators decided to flip him in exchange for his testimony against the other 3. Billy was given 40-year sentences for theft charges, and he was more than willing to take the deal. Then came Wayne, who was a whole different story. He had no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he sounded proud when he talked about what he had done. He even smiled as he described the killings, bragging about how he took the lives of the Aldays. Wayne wasn't backing down from his actions and made it clear he had no regrets. And then there was Carl. When investigators tried to get him to talk, he refused to say a word. Instead of confessing, he gave them the oddest response. It was a pretty May Day. That was it. No remorse, no explanation, just an eerie nonchalance in the face of his crimes. But the evidence against Carl and his crew was undeniable. Their fingerprints matched those found at the crime scene, and the bullets they had in their possession were the same as those used to kill the Alday family. Additionally, they were found with several personal items from the Alday family, including jewelry, further linking them to the horrific massacre. The escapees were returned to Georgia on May 24, 1973, and arraigned at the courthouse in Donaldsonville. George, Carl, and Wayne faced 6 counts of murder and multiple felony charges, including assault, kidnapping, armed robbery, and grand theft. While the trio sat in separate jails miles apart, the community was furious. They demanded justice and even threatened to take matters into their own hands. But with the trials on the horizon, the town didn't need to resort to street justice. As if things weren't complicated enough, information about the missing teenager Richard Miller from Pennsylvania began to surface. An eyewitness came forward claiming that Richard had been chasing a group of men matching the fugitive's descriptions. Law enforcement believed that if Carl and his crew were involved, Richard was likely dead. After some pressure, the men confessed to killing him. With Wayne Coleman volunteering to lead police to his body, however, things didn't go as planned. After being flown to Maryland, Wayne took police on a wild goose chase around the borders of Pennsylvania and Maryland, only to admit that he had no idea where Richard's body was. But then, in an unexpected twist, Carl offered his help. He was transported out of state, but this time he proved to be more cooperative. Carl led investigators to a small town in Maryland called Flintstone, where he gave precise directions to Richard Miller's remains. Carl's trial began on December 31, 1973. Several witnesses were called to the stand, including members of the Alday family who identified personal items that had belonged to their loved ones found in Carl's possession. The sheriff and responding officers also testified. However, the most shocking witness was Billy, Carl's 16-year-old brother. Billy took the stand on January 4, recounting the tragic final moments of the Alday family. His testimony lasted for 2 hours, and it left a lasting impact. After the case went to the jury, it didn't take long, just a little over an hour, for them to return with a verdict, guilty on all charges. Additionally, on January 7, 1974, the jury in Carl Isaac's case recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed. George's trial followed, starting on January 9, 1974, with a similarly swift process. The jury deliberated for just 58 minutes before finding him guilty on all charges and sentencing him to death. Wayne's trial lasted 3 days, but he too was found guilty and sentenced to death. Initially, the executions were set for February 15 that same year, but due to mandatory appeals, the executions were delayed. This clip was from Carl Isaac's interview on June 12, 1976, where he still showed absolutely no remorse for his actions. Over the years, the men filed several unsuccessful appeals. In 1979, a discovery motion led to retrials for all three. In 1988, the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that the pretrial publicity had been so overwhelming that the defendants could not have received a fair trial, and that a change of venue should have been granted. During the retrial process, Carl was first to face the courtroom again in January 1988, with an emotional testimony from his brother Billy, who recounted the tragic events. In 1988, Carl's taped confession, which had been recorded by filmmaker Fleming Fuller, was also used in the trial, with Carl seemingly incriminating himself. Despite character witnesses who claimed Carl had reformed, including a woman he had corresponded with and who believed he had changed, the jury once again sentenced him to death. Wayne's trial took place in April 1989, where his attorney claimed Wayne was manipulated by Carl. However, despite his defense, Wayne was sentenced to death, though after 35 hours of deliberation, the jury became deadlocked and a mistrial was declared. Eventually, Wayne was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. George, however, was deemed mentally incompetent to be executed due to his low IQ, leading to him receiving 6 life sentences after pleading guilty by reason of mental deficiency in 1988. By this point, many people were outraged. Not only were the suspects still alive and living well in prison, but the Alday family had also faced serious financial hardship, along with their emotional pain. The surviving members lost their farm and much of the family's wealth. Ernestine Alday, the last member of the family to survive, passed away in 1988, leaving behind a legacy of grief and financial ruin. But out of all the pain and tragedy, something positive did come from it, thanks to Paige Barber, the granddaughter of Ned Alday and the niece of several of the victims. As the voice of the Alday family Paige, she fought hard for the passage of the Alday Family Bill in 2003. This law made it a requirement for state officials to contact the families of victims in death penalty cases twice a year. Before this bill, families had a tough time getting any updates on what was happening with their loved ones' cases in the legal system. Additionally, books and films were created to share the Alday family's heartbreaking story, like the 1988 film Murder One and the book Blood Echo by Thomas H. Cook. These helped bring national attention to their tragic experience. As for the men involved, George Dungy died in 2006 while serving his life sentence. Billy Isaacs, who served 20 years, was released in 1993, but he passed away in 2009. Wayne, still alive, continues to serve his life sentence and is now 79 years old, repeatedly denied parole. Carl Isaacs met his end on May 16, 2003, with his execution marking the painful end to a long and drawn-out battle for justice. His final meal, a simple prison tray. After almost 30 years of delays, he was pronounced dead by lethal injection, closing a chapter on the Alday family's tragic story. But here's a question for you. Do you think true justice was ever served for the Alday family, or do you feel the legal system failed them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about. private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of four. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, José Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, José fled the country during the revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, José was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as José's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets, his body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, the realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. José Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony, but it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it. But their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0-cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at 5-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz L convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents. Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen or how it would be if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents, most particularly the father. Basically, that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush. And in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CAS and early 1990 CAS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial, and when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money, or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rosello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rosello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rosello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice? Or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We've all heard the heartbreaking tales of cheaters who somehow destroy their families over the years. The case from today will definitely go down in history. The crazy thing about this one is that it completely upended our preconceived notions about cheaters and murderers. And it took an incredible 13 years to unravel. At the heart of this bizarre tale is David Cam, a guy who was once thought to have killed his whole family. But did someone else pull the ropes? Or was he the actual murderer? And who could have committed such a horrible deed if it wasn't him? I promise you that this is one of the most bizarre and astounding mysteries you will ever hear. And as always, We will dissect this case in detail. Kimberly and David Cam are shown here. The two met in the middle of the 1980s and grew up in the same city, New Albany, Indiana. By 1989, Kim had become David's second wife after they clicked. Everything appeared to be moving in the correct way. David applied for and was accepted into the Indiana State Police that same year, eventually serving as an officer in the Emergency Response Unit. A few years later, in 1993, the couple had Bradley, a boy, as their first child. It was David's second child, as he already had a daughter from his prior marriage, but Kim's first. When David began an affair with Stephanie McCarty, a younger woman he met at the gym, in the summer of 1994, everything looked to be going well for the expanding Cam family. Kim was expecting their second child, so the timing of this treachery couldn't have been worse. Things immediately got out of hand. Kim was left to rely on her family for support after David left their house and moved in with his mistress. In spite of everything, her family, and David's, supported her and provided the assistance she required during such a trying period. On February 28, 1995, Kim gave birth to their daughter Jillian, and the entire family was there to support her. That is, everyone but David. However, the affair ended by March of that year, and David made an effort to make amends. Motivated by her love for her family and her responsibilities as a mother, Kim thought about giving him another try despite the grief. Unexpectedly, David returned, and both families supported Kim's decision to forgive him. Soon after, the couple started construction on a new house on Georgetown, Indiana's Lockhart Road, marking a new beginning for them. Because of the personal connection, they decided to make this place their home. In fact, the road was named after some of David's mother's side relatives, giving their house more background and meaning. Things appeared to get better for a time, and they appeared to be headed in the right direction. However, as the adage goes, a cheater is a cheater forever. Despite his reputation as a flirt, David did more than just flirt. He would locate ladies with whom he could have casual romances, frequently hooking up in his patrol car. In addition, David and two other state troopers were sued for allegedly punching a 19-year-old while making an arrest. In addition to his already dismal record, he was the target of countless other complaints. When he was demoted once more, his ego suffered, which only made his narcissistic tendencies worse. David, fed up with the disrespect, took a risk. After submitting his resignation, he accepted a sales position with his uncle's basement waterproofing company. The benefits became immediately apparent. He was able to spend more time with Kim and the children because of his new job's better hours, which he had not been able to do while working as a state trooper. He was no longer only an outsider in his own house. He was present and actively participating. Their lifestyles were made a little more luxurious by the fact that he was earning far more money than he ever did as a police officer. Everything appeared to be coming together for the family by the year 2000. While his younger sister, Jill, was only 5 years old and in kindergarten at Graceland Christian School, Bradley, now 7, was excelling in the 2nd grade. Kim appeared content as she thrived in her role as a senior accountant at Louisville's insurance group. Life appeared to be ideal from the outside. Even in this apparently contented household, there were still rumors that David might have cheated. Kim had even confided in her best friend about her concerns regarding the circulating reports. However, until one fateful evening in September, nothing ever came of all the rumors. David went about his daily business on Thursday, September 28, 2000, playing basketball at the local church recreation center with his friends. As usual, Kim supervised the children's activities and escorted them home. The night was much like any other, but the game took longer than David had anticipated. When he finished, he was anxious to get home because he thought Kim might be angry. He reached for his garage door remote and pulled into the driveway, knowing that their house was only a few minutes away. However, David was stopped in his tracks when he saw what was inside the garage when the door slowly opened. He found his wife Kim lying on the floor in the garage, apparently shot in the head. Below her, a puddle of blood splattered on the floor. Her black Ford Bronco's passenger door was open, but David couldn't see right away if his children were inside. He hurried over and peered into the Bronco. His greatest worries materialized in the rear seat. Bradley and Jill, his kids, were in the same terrible shape as Kim. David's instincts as a law enforcement officer took control. After a cursory assessment, He concluded that Kim and Jill could not be saved. Since his son didn't appear to have any brain injuries, David Cam thought he might still be alive. On the basis of optimism, he got into the Bronco's passenger side, pushed his way past the two bucket seats in front, and gingerly took his son out. There was a slight warmth in Bradley's little body when he touched him. After setting the youngster on the garage floor, he started doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jill's head and torso sagged forward and to the left, as a result of David's left knee pressing into the center of the rear seat throughout this procedure. She touched David's t-shirt with this motion, putting bloodstains on it. Whether David was guilty or not, this moment became one of the most important ones in the case. His DNA was now entangled with the crime scene as a result of his actions, and reality struck him like a truck after his efforts failed. David realized he had to move fast. He dialed his old employer, the Indiana State Police Department, seeking assistance in a panic. He ran across the street to his uncle's house, following the call, yelling for someone to inform him of what had transpired. Then, overcome with panic and perplexity, he ran back to the garage. Kim was just as David had described when the cops arrived on the scene. Her corpse was on the ground, her pants were taken down, and blood was streaming from her skull. Jill's body was discovered in the rear seat of the vehicle, and Bradley's lifeless body was discovered nearby. All three of the victims were suspected of having been shot dead at once. A bucket that smelled like bleach was now in the garage. Kim parked in a public lot every day for work, so the investigators didn't give it much thought when they discovered some unidentified fingerprints on the outside of her car. Nobody seemed to identify the sweater with the term backbone inscribed under the collar that was tucked beneath Bradley's body. David said it wasn't his when the cops questioned him about it. As previously stated, Kim was discovered wearing only her blouse and underpants and no pants, but there were her blood-stained jeans close by. David was not an exception to the rule that the spouse is generally questioned first in murder cases. David was quite cooperative, giving a detailed account of his day and stating that Kim and the children had most likely returned home at 7:30 or 7:40 p.m. Given the condition of the vehicle, David reasoned that the killings had to have taken place shortly after they got home. However, he was unable to identify the person who might have wished to harm his family. There was nothing that would have made Kim and the children adversaries. Furthermore, David remained steadfast in his alibi. He maintained that, from 7 to 9:20 in the evening, he was at a basketball game at the rec center, just as he had stated. Additionally, David persisted in his assertion that Kim would never have incited such violence. The investigators initially pondered whether it might have been a robbery gone awry, but that thought was quickly dispelled. The garage showed no indications of forced entry. No one had attempted to enter the house, and nothing appeared to be missing. The evidence pointed to something far more sinister than theft: a deliberate assault on Kim, Bradley, and Jill. Later, however, the phone company disclosed that David had called at 7:19 p.m., which was the most incriminating proof, the evening of the killings. Given that David had stated that he was playing basketball starting at 7 p.m., the fact that the call was placed from his home landline raised serious concerns. Until 9 p.m., considering that he called after 7 p.m., cast severe doubt on his story and contradicted it. The question was further compounded by the autopsy report. In addition to Jill's blunt force trauma to her vaginal area, the examiner discovered that all three victims had died from gunshot wounds. Her death and this injuries appeared to have happened within the same 24-hour period. An assault could not be ruled out, although the examiner speculated that it might have been caused by a fall. Oddly enough, Jill had sobbed and complained of pain in that area during her dance session. It was a terrifying detail, but it was unclear if this had anything to do with the devastation to her body. Before the killings, Kim had told a friend, "History is repeating itself." She didn't go into further detail, but her friend recommended that she take the kids to Florida so they could talk more. Kim concurred that a vacation could be beneficial, but sadly, she was never given the opportunity. Was Kim talking about a past of abuse, something connected to David's supposed adultery, or something more sinister? Since Kim was removed from her family before she could tell the truth, we might never find out. There was also something disturbing in the medical examiner's report. The tops of Kim's feet were sliced and bruised. It seemed strange that her shoes were on top of the automobile. It didn't make sense. None of this had a clear explanation from the police. Even though the inquiry was still in its early stages, Kim's mother and other close friends of David began to have severe concerns about him. According to her mother, Jill was an outgoing, feisty youngster who would have spoken up if she had been heard by someone she didn't know. She believed that David was the only one who could have effectively silenced Jill. The rumors persisted on Sunday 3 days later, particularly because no one had been arrested. However, David continued to attend church as usual with his parents and friends in spite of the mounting strain. The church had close ties to the family, and his uncle, the pastor, led the service. David's grandfather had even assisted in the construction of the church, and Kim had been the treasurer. David wept throughout the event, displaying what appeared to be sincere grief. But when he exited the church, everything changed drastically. He was besieged by reporters, and the media coverage immediately made him seem suspicious. People saw that David didn't appear to be grieving as they had anticipated. More questions were raised by his icy, unyielding manner. Was David accountable for the heinous killings of his wife and kids? If so, what is the reason? Things were a little heated when David visited the station later that afternoon to talk to the cops. It just took 2 things, his clothes and a phone call, for the police to arrest him following this interview. His alibi of being at the rec center from 7 to 9:20 did not align with the call that was placed at 7:19 in the evening. That inconsistency was sufficient to get him arrested. However, the fallout affected David's entire family, not just him. The Cam family rose to the top of the public enmity list in Georgetown, a small town where everyone knows one another. They received harsh looks from strangers. Hateful messages flooded their answering machine. As if that weren't enough, the locals began referring to them as a pack of wolves. Even David's grandfather was affected. His church closed because so many people didn't want to be associated with the Cam name. When it came time for the trial in March 2002, the prosecution was ready to address the most pressing question. Why would David do this? His affairs, they hypothesized. They claimed that David was so fed up with his marriage to Kim that he decided to kill his entire family rather than simply file for divorce. About a dozen women who either had affairs with David or said he had approached them while he was married to Kim were brought in by the prosecution to support this theory. They portrayed David as a chronic cheater who had little regard for his marriage vows during the course of weeks of testimony. Then the proof arrived. Blood splatter and that dubious phone call were the 2 main pillars upon which the prosecution built its case. The defense, however, had no intention of surrendering. They contended that gunfire was not the source of the blood on David's shirt. Rather, they said that it arrived while he was attempting to save his son Bradley, and Jill's blood-soaked hair touched him. Using wigs and fake blood, they performed a live presentation in court to demonstrate how the same pattern might occur with ease. The defense attributed the phone call to Indiana's infamously erratic time zones. They clarified that a 1-hour zone difference was not taken into consideration by the call's timestamp. The call really fit David's schedule when it was modified. Before he even went for his basketball game, it was made. Then there was basketball. David's alibi. He was at the church gym the whole time, according to the testimony of all 11 of the guys on his team. Not even for a minute did he leave. It appeared that the defense had exposed some significant weaknesses in the prosecution's case with this incredibly strong lineup. However, the jury didn't think so. David was given a sentence of 195 years in jail after being found guilty on 3 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy. Everyone initially appeared to be able to exhale in relief. Surely justice had been done. Not so quick, actually. David wasn't prepared to die in silence. He filed an appeal, claiming that the court should never have admitted the evidence on his affairs. And you know what? The judge concurred in 2004, reversing his conviction. The case was suddenly cast back into disarray. A pivotal event occurred in early 2005 when the defense pressed for a second examination of the DNA from the sweatshirt discovered at the crime scene. David's second trial was set for January 2006. They specifically requested that the National DNA Database, CODIS, be used to analyze the 2 unidentified DNA profiles. After a court order, the prosecution was compelled to comply, even though they had earlier refused. It turned out that one of the DNA samples had never been tested before, despite the prosecutor's assurances that it had been examined and no matches had been identified. The test findings showed that one of the samples had a match. Charles Boney, a convicted felon from nearby New Albany, was identified by the DNA. After being found guilty of a string of armed assaults on women, many of which involved stealing their shoes, Boney was on parole at the time of the crime. He attempted to kidnap 3 women at gunpoint and committed an armed robbery as one of his most recent crimes. Boney now has a troubled past. Prior to the attack, some of his victims said that he had been pestering them over the phone for months, asking them if they were wearing high-heeled shoes and what they were wearing. Considering that Kim Camp's shoes had been taken off and neatly stacked on top of her car in a chaotic crime scene, Boney's admission of having a foot fetish also sounded significant to the defense. Additionally, Kim's foot displayed abrasions and bruises that appeared suspiciously connected to Boney's previous actions. Boney underwent a polygraph test and an interview, but the findings showed that he was lying. He claimed to have given the sweatshirt to a charity and denied any participation, but 2 weeks later, Boney was arrested after his palm print was discovered on Kim's car. However, he was accused by the police of planning the killings alongside David. Charles ultimately revealed how he knew David in a 5-page written confession. He claimed that they met at a pickup basketball game in New Albany and that David seemed like a really sincere guy. Additionally, he said that David urged Charles to buy him an untraceable gun for $100.00 at a meat store, where their paths eventually crossed again. Charles unintentionally left his palm print on David's Bronco when he accepted and handed him the rifle. But when more questions were asked, Charles's account started to change. He went on to say that David was a nasty guy, accusing him of cheating on his wife, Kim, and intimately assaulting his daughter, Jill. Charles claims that David wanted the entire family killed to hide his secrets when he lost it, when Kim found out what he was doing to their daughter. Charles claimed that in order to stop oil leaks, he wrapped the gun in a gray sweatshirt before giving it to him. He waited in the driveway after following David to his residence. A furious debate was heard by Charles, followed by a gunshot. In a terrifying moment, he said he heard Bradley, Kim's son, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy," just before a gunshot was heard. Charles said that a few moments later, David came outside and pointed the gun at him, perhaps intending to kill him as well. Moving Kim's shoes as though cleaning up while running for his life, Charles sought refuge in the garage. Charles ran away when he heard a woman pull into the driveway. Charles confessed that he did not pull the trigger, simply sold David the rifle. Being a black guy, he was hesitant to report the killings for fear that he would be held accountable by the authorities. He was ultimately arrested for conspiracy to commit murder as a result of his statement, and he was returned to custody for trial. Charles had already spoken to Stan Faith, one of the prosecutors in David's initial trial. It was discovered after his arrest. Charles said that he was close to Stan and had conferred with him prior to being named as a suspect. Stan then apologized for his part in it. Police found Charles's ex-girlfriend Mala's DNA on the gray sweater, which led to the discovery of another clue. They were in a relationship at the time, but it terminated soon after the killings. Mala explained that, after telling her he was heading to work that night, Charles returned home at midnight with scraped knees. She was uncomfortable when he showed her a gun, which she had never seen before. Charles and his mother watched news reports about the killings the following morning. Mala departed after an argument and didn't see Charles again for weeks. She later ended their relationship, but the reason for the blood on the hoodie was that she has diabetes and often pricks her finger to check her blood sugar levels. Charles's tale started to take shape. His girlfriend's account contradicted his assertion that he left the scene without getting the gun, implying that Charles may have gone back for it. This increased skepticism regarding David's guilt. Nevertheless, the killings were charged against both individuals. Charles publicly disclosed selling the gun to David and his involvement in the killings in his autobiography Blackbone, which he wrote while incarcerated. He added that in return for the gun, David had offered him Kim's life insurance money. In 2005, Charles was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder thanks in part to his writings, confessions, and Mala's testimony. As a repeat criminal, Charles received a sentence of 225 years in jail. And what about David, if you ask? On January 17, 2006, his second trial began, and things were going to get even more convoluted. Recall that the judge decided that the prosecution erred in discussing David's numerous affairs, which is why he was initially given a retrial. His adultery, which had been one of the prosecution's main points at the start of this second trial, was thus formally off the table when the trial started. The prosecutors needed a fresh perspective without that piece of the puzzle, and they didn't hold back. They turned to a startling charge. David had been mistreating his daughter Jill for a long time, and he killed his whole family to hide his crimes. The accusations were extremely upsetting and instantly complicated the situation. David's defense team, however, refused to give up. They called in a reputable medical examiner who reported that Jill's autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, notably no hymenal injury. The defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation of sexual assault, and that the prosecution was fabricating the evidence to support their theory of the crime. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of other types of abuse, since some techniques would not cause obvious harm. Although Jill did sustain blunt force injuries, some of which were in her pelvis, this expert also noted that these injuries weren't always a sign of sexual assault. The expert stated that there was no hard proof to back up the prosecution's allegations, and that these were only wounds from the vicious assault. The charges against David were only one aspect of this trial. Another was the fresh evidence that had surfaced as a result of some investigative work that had located Charles. Charles provided a lot of the fresh information that the police discovered. Charles's own evidence even revealed to them that David had bought a gun with the intention of killing his family. However, the defense persisted in claiming that the prosecution's evidence was insufficient to convict David beyond a reasonable doubt. On March 20, 2006, following weeks of testimony, the jury found David guilty of killing his wife Kim and their kids, Brad and Jill. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. However, David immediately filed an appeal after being found guilty, this time because of the claims of abuse against his daughter. He contended that the claims had affected the jury's verdict and insisted that there was no proof he had ever hurt Jill. And you know what? In a shocking decision, the Indiana Supreme Court sided with him. In agreement with David's argument that the prosecution's abuse claims lacked sufficient evidence, they reversed the verdict. According to the court, the allegations of sexual abuse were not supported by any reliable evidence. What was going on for Kim's family amid all of this, do you think? They had to repeatedly witness the terrible deaths of their daughter and grandchildren in the courtroom. Frank, Kim's father, was heartbroken by the choice. His voice was filled with fury as he stated, "I was kind of surprised by the overturn of the last verdict. All we want is the truth, and the truth is that David's guilty." Kim's family was adamant about David being permanently imprisoned. They simply wanted justice because they were tired of the back and forth. In August 2013, almost 13 years later, David's third trial got underway. This trial was not like the others. The prosecution chose to take a different approach, concentrating on the life insurance policy David had purchased for Kim prior to her passing. Charles said David wanted the money and had no intention of letting anyone stop him. It's interesting to note that Kim signed off on the modifications, indicating that she was aware of and approved of the fact that her life insurance policy had been enhanced just before she passed away. During this trial, Charles mounted the witness stand once more, and his testimony was as shocking as ever. He asserted that David had deceived him into attending the house at the time of the killings. Charles also stated in his testimony that David almost shot him before he was able to get away. Charles claims that David carried out all of the murders and that he never came into contact with Brad, Jill, or Kim. David's defense, however, was prepared. They had more DNA proof. This time, they provided evidence that Kim's underwear and Jill's and Kim's clothing had Charles's DNA. Furthermore, Kim had retaliated before being killed, as evidenced by the discovery of Charles's DNA beneath her fingernails. The blood spatter on David's shirt was the most convincing evidence connecting him to the crime scene, even with all the DNA evidence and Charles's dubious involvement. Although David's defense team maintained that this could be readily explained by the fact that David had attempted to assist Brad after he was shot in the head, brushing up against his hair and left blood on his shirt, the prosecution maintained that the blood belonged to the victims. On October 24, 2013, the jury reached their verdict: not guilty on all counts, after weeks of deliberation and dramatic courtroom proceedings. David was found not guilty. He was so overcome with emotion when the news was revealed that he started crying and thanked the jurors and his legal team for having faith in him. After years of stressful court cases, it was a historic occasion. Not everyone, though, was overjoyed by the decision. There was division in the community. After all, a lot of people had been wondering whether David had really been innocent after 13 years of media coverage. Despite the overwhelming evidence, some people believed there were still unresolved issues. David made the decision to remain in the town where everything took place in spite of the controversy. He went back to work at his uncle's company and started to put his life back together. David sued other members of the prosecution team in a civil case, as if his trials weren't already grueling. You can't wreck someone's life, take away their freedom, their reputation, their identity. You're not supposed to do that in this country, he stated, clearly expressing his rage. He ultimately got a settlement of more than $5 million, 0 cents, some of which he utilized to pay back people who had helped him during his 13-year fight. David is attempting to move on today. Even after starting over, he still feels the pain of losing his family and reputation. He has been in touch with the jurors who contributed to his release since his acquittal. He even became a case coordinator for the Innocence Project. Given his personal experience, David seems to be an ideal fit for the foundation, which seeks to clear those who have been unfairly convicted. Charles, the subject of all the controversy, continues to insist on his innocence in the meantime. He is now a devoted Christian and says he has found Jesus. He has provided multiple accounts of what transpired that evening in previous interviews, but his account hasn't altered all that much. He claims that he brought an untraceable weapon to the Cam home the night of the murder. He asserts that David was the one who pulled the trigger after he heard arguments and gunfire. With so many contradictory tales, it's difficult to understand why Charles did what he did. Although there are still many people who think David was involved in the killings, the evidence was insufficient to indict him. Some people wonder if Charles was driven by jealousy, avarice, or something else entirely. It's comforting to know that David has found freedom and serenity, rebuilding his life and profession, even if you think he is innocent. However, if you believe he is guilty, you can't help but wonder how he got away with it. What are your thoughts? Did David get away with murder, or was he really innocent? And what motivated Charles to behave in such a drastic manner? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Anyone can experience financial difficulties. While some people overcome their challenges quickly, others might do so for years. What matters most, though, is how one decides to overcome these obstacles. Some people work hard and earn money through honest labor, while others turn to crime in order to make quick money. A third group is likewise prepared to participate in the production of content that is both controversial and in demand, all in exchange for a big payout. Although it is allowed to operate in this field, actors, and frequently actresses in this genre, face harsh social criticism and condemnation. However, the pull of quick riches and the quest for questionable celebrity might triumph over moral values. Furthermore, a lot of them now work from home, establishing studios and broadcasting live. The case of Carol Maltese, a young mother and actress in adult films, is a clear illustration of what pursuing fame and wealth in this field may lead to. But one must not ignore the possibility of serious mental harm to the actors, resulting in actual catastrophes. She didn't think her job was unethical. Her only goal was to become financially independent so that she could support herself and her small kid when she retired. Sadly, her body, which had formerly been admired by hundreds of followers, was later discovered dismembered on a steep ledge next to a road. She was never able to quit the industry, though. Carol Maltese's early years and childhood. On September 19, 1995, Carol Nicole Maltese was born in a small Italian province. She was the only child of Fabio and Josephine, and her father was Dutch and her mother was Italian. She stayed with her mother when her parents divorced when she was just 4 years old. Her father later remarried, had more children, and returned to his native Netherlands. Since her ex-husband provided minimal assistance, Josephine decided to stay in Italy and raise her daughter by herself. They were residents of Sesto Calende, a tiny town in the Varese province. In order to provide her daughter what she needed, a quality education, and the chance for a better life, the mother worked several jobs at the same time. Carol developed into a lovely, compassionate, and outgoing young woman who had plenty of friends and got along well with everyone. She frequently went to a dance studio as a schoolgirl and was involved in sports, especially horseback riding. Maltese spoke 3 languages with ease. I read a great deal, enjoyed to travel around Europe, and could talk about practically everything. She developed a small feminine body as a teenager, gained a lot of fans and suitors, and enjoyed being the focus of attention. Following graduation, she enrolled in a technical institution to study fashion, the arts, and industrial design, quickly rising to the top of her class. Carol became romantically involved with a young guy a year her senior who was enrolled in the Faculty of Architecture and Design, which led to an unexpected pregnancy during her freshman year. Carol found out she was pregnant in the fall of 2020, at the age of 20. She and the child's father were completely taken aback by this news. Both of them were students and completely unprepared for this kind of thing. Carol, however, was adamant about keeping the child. The young couple's lives took a significant turn in 2016, when they welcomed a son into the world. In order to provide for themselves and their infant, they both had to drop out of school. Since there were more chances to make a living and support their family in Verona, the new parents made the decision to go there. Carol secured a position as a sales consultant for a major network of retail stores selling perfume and cosmetics. Her boyfriend took care of their son shortly after his first birthday, while working from home on several tasks. Carol started a passionate romance with Angelo after she unexpectedly fell in love with him in the middle of 2019. For over 6 months, the pair met in secret, renting hotel rooms, messaging one another at night, and making an effort to spend every second of their free time together. But shortly before the new year, Carol's child's father learned of her affair and made the decision to break up with Maltese, his cheating partner. Since she was already about to leave for her new lover, I thought this was for the best. But then something went wrong. They agreed to rent an apartment together because Carol couldn't move in with her child from a previous relationship. And Angelo lived in his parents' house. However, the young couple was unemployed and unable to buy their own apartment at the time due to the global coronavirus outbreak. After a while, Carol moved in with her new boyfriend's parents and made the decision to temporarily leave her 4-year-old son with his biological father until things calmed down and she could welcome him into her home. A general self-isolation regime was proclaimed as the situation deteriorated in the interim. Carol had severe financial issues during this tough time, and everyone was confined to their homes. Carol received the best support possible from Angelo and his parents. She was unable to provide for her little kid financially, so she essentially stayed in their house at their expense. In addition, Carol's mother required expensive therapy and an unexpected source of money due to her Parkinson's disease diagnosis, which was getting worse. Maltese desperately thought of ways to make money from home during the lockdown in order to provide for her sick mother and son. She made the decision to try making money by sharing about her struggles and life in isolation on social media and on her own YouTube channel. Although there wasn't much interest in this content, her unusual appearance as a new blogger caught people's attention, leading to praise and even some inappropriate suggestions in the comments. A subscriber advised her to register on the website OnlyFans, pointing out that her attractive appearance would be greatly valued there and that she might swiftly rise to fame and fortune. Following this recommendation, Carol signed up for the service under the fictitious name Charlotte Angel. She started uploading her private images and brief films, creating content that was revealing. She quickly gained a sizable fan base that was prepared to pay for such stuff. Carol quickly started generating good money, but she didn't tell her partner or close family members how she was making money or what she was getting paid for. She adored this line of work, and as she worked to win over her fans, her content grew increasingly complex and graphic. Carol tried to conceal the specifics of her work for as long as possible, but after 6 months or so, a friend of hers happened to come across her account. Everyone quickly learned how she was earning a living as rumors began to circulate. She wasn't very offended and even attempted to defend it by saying that her art was a source of good money and that it satisfied her completely. The Orthodox Italians, however, were not prepared to embrace this, and friends and family increasingly distanced themselves from Carol because they thought she was involved in immoral activities and that their reputations may be damaged by hanging around with her. Carol herself believed that this attitude toward her profession was discriminatory and was sure that she would succeed in becoming a well-known and affluent adult film star. The beauty quickly gained enough popularity to attract the attention of adult film companies. The attractive Italian accepted offers from a number of filmmakers to appear in their movies. She took part in public performances and group photo shoots. Angelo, who foolishly believed his fiancée worked remotely as a designer but occasionally visited the workplace, soon learned of her actions. He hadn't intended to end their relationship, so he was taken aback and unsure of what to do next. But when his parents found out, they demanded that he end his relationship with this deceased woman at away, lest she bring shame to their whole family. Carol had saved up enough cash to rent a place of her own by that point. Her account on OnlyFans was quite well liked. Directors frequently made offers to her, and her fees continued to rise. She stated in interviews that she didn't intend to work in this field her entire life, and that she would ultimately complete her studies and try her hand at being a model or designer, but for the time being, she was happy with her job and was getting paid well for it. However, Carol frequently talked about the ongoing moral pressure from those around her, their criticisms, and their attempts to embarrass her, which led to certain psychological traumas. She referred to her work as art and fought for women's freedom to pursue their careers without fear of criticism. At the age of 25, Maltese relocated to the little town of Rescaldina in the Milan area. In an effort to move on and find a new dominant boyfriend, she made the decision to start over, intended to leave the adult sector, and secured a position as a sales consultant at a perfume store. Her life appeared to have entirely transformed, yet this was only a momentary transformation. A couple of months later, she got to know Davide Fontana, a 42-year-old local banker who loved photography and specialized in nude shots. He was looking for a model for his own projects when they first connected online. He extended the invitation to Carol, and the two were immediately captivated by each other. Fontana had been legally wed for a long time. He nevertheless began dating the young beauty in spite of this. As they started dating, they planned graphic photo shoots that always culminated in sensuality. He soon found out about Carol's previous endeavors and persuaded her to pursue filmmaking again. David had conflicting views about her, recognizing her true brilliance. He enjoyed watching his young lover in sexual movies, but he also loved her and wanted to own her. Realizing their most obscene and immoral fantasies, the banker moved in with Carol after divorcing his wife in March 2021. He also took a share of the money they made together, but also assisted her in producing content that was immensely popular on OnlyFans. Carol quickly gained so much popularity and success that studios and directors from other countries started to offer her high-paying shoot contracts. Despite having no boundaries or restraints, Fontana was extremely envious and reacted angrily when people tried to flirt with his girlfriend or paid attention to her on the street. He approached the filming process as though it were any other work, and the actress felt totally at ease with it. Angelo called her a few months later and admitted how much he missed her. He suggested that they reunite, adding that he was willing to accept her career path and would not obstruct or limit her. Despite being moved, Carol acknowledged that she was already seeing another man. They nevertheless kept in touch, but when Davide found out, he grew furious, threatened Angelo, and even set fire to his car. Angelo informed the police right away about the dangers to his life and the destruction to his property. The banker did not pay for the damage since there was no proof that he was involved in the arson, but the authorities did issue a restraining order that prevented Fontana from visiting Angelo. There is a desire for romance at work. The actress had over 30,000 followers and frequently traveled abroad for filming. Carol intended to quit the adult film business, pursue another career, and concentrate on raising her kid. She was also saving money to purchase a house of her own to bring her son along. She started creating personalized videos in the interim, which turned out to be a successful company. For a hefty cost, fans emailed her their own scripts of what they wanted to see, and she made their dreams come true. She still received assistance from Fontana with filming and editing. They continued to live together and split the earnings. On a movie set in September 2021, Maltese encountered Salvatore Galdo, an actor who had starred with her in a number of explicit films. However, genuine feelings blossomed between them, and they began dating. She waited for the proper time to tell the banker everything and end their relationship permanently, because she was secretly afraid of what Davide may do to her new boyfriend while they were dating. She happily accepted Galdo's proposal of marriage a few months later when he presented her with an engagement ring. Carol had saved up enough cash by the end of the year to purchase a house of her own. She ultimately made the decision to speak with Fontana and intended to bring her son, marry Salvatore. Unexpectedly, the man handled the news with composure. They still had a number of outstanding tasks for which they had previously received payment, but it appeared that he understood everything and was prepared to let her go to her new partner. They decided to do the job and then go their separate ways in peace. Carol's unexplained absence at the start of 2022, Maltese abruptly disappeared. She stopped making appearances in movies, stopped streaming on the internet, stopped talking to her coworkers, and declined any new approaches from filmmakers. Many assumed she had left the industry, since they knew she had planned to do so. Even her worried friends and fiancé, meanwhile, were unable to get through to her. Carol claimed to be well while responding to mails and messengers, but did not return calls. She needed time for herself after making the decision to drastically alter her life. She wrote to her fiancé, Salvatore, stating that she was self-isolating due to COVID-19 and that they would not be able to see each other for some time. Given that he didn't sound the alarm a month or 3 months later, it appears that this explanation satisfied him. According to the most recent images on Carol's page, she rarely engaged with anyone on social media, confining herself to succinct and direct replies. However, fresh posts did periodically appear on her account. Without telling anyone, she had taken a vacation by the sea. On March 20, 2022, parts of an unidentified body were discovered in sacks. A bystander was strolling along a road that ran alongside a rocky cliff on the outskirts of the Italian community of Borno. Large black trash bags that were laying on the slope next to a body of water caught his attention. The man was irritated that someone had chosen to throw trash in the picturesque and empty region. He descended to the closest sack, which was heavy, and attempted to raise it, when he noticed human fingers sticking through the ripped polyethylene. The true horror hit him. The man alerted the authorities to his horrifying find right away, and they discovered 4 bags with an 18-part human body inside. It appeared hard to identify the remains due to their extreme disfigurement. Although they were unable to determine the cause of death, forensic experts concluded that the deceased was a young woman who had passed away at least 2 months prior. Prior to being discarded off the cliff, the body had been in a freezer. In the hopes that they would go unnoticed for a long period in such a remote location, the criminal most likely drove here and just threw the bags down. Some of the contents spilled out as the bags ripped upon impact. It is obvious that the criminal had eliminated all distinguishing characteristics in an effort to keep the remains unidentified for as long as possible. Skin fragments were severed where they were probably tattooed, but several of these tattoos were still there, albeit badly damaged. Those patches of skin had been sliced, soaked in acid, and scorched by hot items. However, the authorities deduced that no one was searching for a woman with those traits, after assembling fragments of the tattoos and comparing them with a database of missing persons. This was strange, which made others think the deceased wasn't from the area, until a news program on the body was broadcast, requesting anyone who might recognize the listed attributes to come forward. This was the accepted belief. A woman who had starred in adult films soon visited the station and claimed that she recognized her colleague who had vanished in early January. Based on the tattoo's description, the actress did not know the deceased's true identity, but she did reveal that she operated under the alias Charlotte. This information was vital since it allowed law authorities to easily determine the girl's identity and true name, since they now knew how she appeared in real life. The odd fiancé. As soon as the deceased's name was established, it was discovered that she had recently become engaged to her co-worker Salvatore Galdo, who oddly had not filed a missing persons report. As a result, the first suspect was located and taken into custody. The man, however, was obviously distressed by the death of his spouse and perplexed as to why he was being suspected. Salvatore cited their correspondence as evidence that he had maintained contact with the woman via social media and messengers. So he was unaware that Carol had been dead for a long time. He said he hadn't gone to see his sweetheart since she was self-isolating after getting COVID-19 earlier in the year. He claimed to have spoken on the phone with Fontana, who was nearby, and had promised to take care of the woman, when police questioned him about why he hadn't phoned her to see if she needed assistance. Although the fiancé's account was inconsistent and unpersuasive, his evidence introduced a second suspect, who required detention and questioning. But David himself showed up at the station the following day to report a person missing, so there was no need to look for him. The terrible truth is that Fontana had not been keeping up with the news, since he clearly did not anticipate the body being discovered so soon. He was concerned to hear that Carol had been located and recognized, but he continued to think the police would not find him. But when the police took Salvatore into custody, the man knew the police would find him because they had spoken on the phone, so he made up a tale about COVID-19 and said he would take care of his fiancée. David's explanation was wildly unrealistic. He was obviously scared, and he kept contradicting himself. He claimed that although he and Carol had been close, they had not seen one another in months, and she had ceased communicating. He was at a loss as to why he had simply called the police. Fontana ultimately started testifying under pressure and admitted that he had unintentionally killed Carol. They were filming extreme video for a client who had paid a lot of money, he said, in early January. According to the screenplay, David had to bind the woman, tape her lips shut, place a bag over her head, and then use a hammer and other instruments to viciously beat, abuse, and torment her. They had decided that she would seem to be in excruciating pain, but he would not strike her with full force. But he allegedly overreacted, miscalculated a hammer blow, and broke her skull in the process. She was in the final stages of death when he took the bag off her head, but instead of attempting to save her or phoning for medical assistance, he chose to finish her misery with a final hammer blow out of mercy. After allegedly dismembering the body in a frenzy, the criminal, uncertain of what to do next, kept the parts in his freezer for more than 2 months before choosing to get rid of them. The investigation's reconstruction of the real events showed that David, the enigmatic and perverted client, had contacted the woman under a false identity. Since she had chosen to leave him, he obviously didn't want to let her go and came up with a clever plan of retaliation. The passcode to her phone was reportedly taken out by the man during the torture session, which was allegedly also part of the script and a client's desire. Around 9 o'clock in the evening on January 11, Fontana struck the woman with a hammer, killing her. He dismembered the body the following day after using the deceased's credit card to buy a huge freezer and an axe and saw from a hardware shop. He did everything he could to make the body unidentifiable. After removing the skin and the tattoos, he attempted to burn, tear apart, and practically erase what was left. For more than 2 months, David kept the body pieces in the freezer after placing them in bags. The criminal maintained the victim's social media accounts and spoke with her friends and family on her behalf during this time, giving the impression that Carol was still alive. The thief reportedly opted to dispose of the body by dropping it off a cliff in an abandoned area by the end of March, presumably believing that the threat had passed. He hoped the remains would never be discovered or would have deteriorated to the point where they could no longer be identified. But Davide was wrong, and the body was found 2 days later. Within a week, authorities found him, tried him, and found him guilty. None of the girl's friends or family had reported her missing for almost 3 months following her abduction, which was the most perplexing and unfathomable part of this case. All of them expressed satisfaction with the social media posts and messages they received. Carol never tried to see her and never returned calls, which did not worry even the fiancé, who believed she was unwell. The victim's phone had been active and in David's hands the entire time, so if someone had set off the alarm, the killer could have been located right away using the signal. Fontana apologized and vowed throughout the trial that he loved Maltese and had accidentally killed her. Additionally, he He stated that he was unable to handle the pain following her death and had intended to take his own life, even though the defendant himself had ordered the gruesome film to be recorded on June 12, 2023. The defense maintained that the occurrence was, in reality, an unintended act of violence. Of course, this assertion sounded ridiculous, and no one believed him. Fontana was given a 30-year prison term after the court found him guilty of manslaughter. In addition, he was mandated to give €200,000 in compensation to the deceased's son, 100,000 to Carol's mother, and 50,000 to her child's father. The offender may be eligible for parole since, surprisingly, the manner of the assassination was not declared cruel, and the dismemberment of the body was not regarded an aggravating element. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On April 7, 2021, 29-year-old Helene Arias disappeared from her house in the city of Oviedo, Spain. Her previous partner's family lived in a little rural location in the province of Leon, and she was on her way there. There were no concerns raised by the excursion. This was a path Helene had previously followed. She was going back that same day and had made no mention of any problems. However, she stopped answering messages by the evening. Her phone also went silent shortly after. Later, her personal items were still in her car, but Helene was nowhere to be seen. What started out as a missing person case swiftly developed into a well-publicized inquiry. The mystery was only made more complex by contradictory reports, the silence of important witnesses, and a number of factors that simply didn't line together. The plot darkened with each new hint, but none could have predicted where it would end up at the time. Oviedo, a city in the northern Spanish autonomous community of Asturias, is where Helene Arias was born in 1992. She was raised in a middle-class household. Her parents worked regular jobs, lived a calm, steady life, and made an effort to provide a secure and nurturing atmosphere for their daughter. As their only child, Helene was raised with a strong emphasis on independence and responsibility. There was seriousness and quiet in the family household. There were hardly any arguments. Helene was notable for her organization and excellent self-discipline even as a young child. She regularly fulfilled her commitments to her parents and teachers and didn't require continual supervision. She was an excellent student in elementary and high school. Outside of school, she preferred spending time alone with her family or doing hobbies by herself to being in big social groups. She had already made up her mind about her future by the time she started high school. She wished to assist people. Helene chose to major in social work and psychology at the University of Oviedo after graduating. Her primary objective was to acquire useful skills to assist others going through the most trying times in life. She stayed quiet while she was at college. She only focused on topics that matched her own interests and ideas, avoiding social activity and university politics. People who knew Helene said she was serious, quiet, and compassionate. She liked a sedate, steady pace of life and was not attracted to dangerous situations. She never acted impulsively and always made well-considered decisions. She spoke with honesty, even though she didn't display any emotions. Throughout school and college, she was regarded as a reliable person and had a small, close-knit group of friends. He avoided shady organizations and unruly conduct. Helene was a few years younger than José Alejandro Bobadilla. He was already employed and out of school when they first met. They first met in 2018 while hanging out with common acquaintances in Oviedo. They stayed in contact after that, and their bond gradually grew. There were no overt indications of confrontation, and it was steady. José first struck me as considerate and deferential. He was kind, on time, and really interested in Helene's life. He also respected her personal space. Helene had no reason to suspect him because all of this aligned with what she thought was proper behavior in a relationship. José presented Helene to his family a few months into their romance. In the province of León, he resided in the small rural village of Prado de la Guzmán. In 2019, Helene got to know the Bobadilla family. His father, mother, and younger sister, Andrea, were presented to her. Everything appeared to be quiet on the surface. Helene was met with no opposition from his parents. They had a polite but formal talk. Andrea, Jose's younger sister, appeared interested in and amiable toward her brother's fiancée. During that initial visit, Helene saw nothing concerning. His family seemed kind, albeit a little reticent. Their bond kept evolving as time went on. Regular travels from Oviedo to Prado de la Guzman became a regular part of Helene's routine, and she began to spend more time with Jose's family. Jose assisted her with daily problems and was encouraging. He talked about their future together and frequently shared his long-term objectives without setting unreasonable expectations for her. On the other hand, his employment status wasn't as stable. His income fluctuated, and he owed more than 13,000 euros in unpaid debt. Although Helene knew about it, she didn't consider it a warning sign. She didn't feel compelled to intervene because she considered it to be his private matter. Helene and Andrea also kept up a cordial relationship. Jose's sister was friendly, outspoken, and frequently expressed her opinions to Helene. Helene gradually integrated herself into the Bobadilla family's daily routine and became more interested in their lives. However, by 2020, things between Helene and Jose started to change beneath the tranquil exterior. There were cracks beginning to appear. More often than not, their conversations became tense. Jose started acting erratically and making evasive allusions to personal difficulties. He didn't go into great detail, but it seemed that the fundamental problem was that same debt, which was still outstanding, and was now more than 13,000 euros. Jose refrained from talking about repayment plans, even though Helene had been aware of it. He refused to clarify whether he was under pressure from anyone else and never made it clear how he planned to handle it. He didn't ask for assistance or provide any specific answers. Jose instead became more reclusive. He would occasionally go silent for extended periods of time, disregarding messages and providing no justification. He grew more and more irritated and aloof. Emotional distance was starting to manifest in what had formerly appeared to be a stable relationship. Andrea's influence in their life started to become more apparent about this time. Jose's sister was frequently close by, participating in discussions and attending gatherings. Even while she never publicly showed animosity, there was a sense of uneasiness in her actions. She lost the warmth of her interactions with Helene as they became more professional. Andrea never spoke out against her brother's behavior or offered direct criticism, but her quiet only served to highlight the rising hostility in the family. The problem of Jose's unpaid debt started to get more urgent at the beginning of 2021. He began by saying that creditors were making quick demands for payments. He made it apparent that the situation was serious, but never disclosed the precise identity of the person applying the pressure. Although Helene didn't press for clarification, it was clear that he was becoming more and more stressed. He started whining about not having enough time and using evasive justifications to call off meetings. He stopped talking about their future together and started sending shorter texts. When Jose mentioned selling the car they had previously driven together to settle some of the debt, the tension increased. The automobile was technically his. His family had assisted in the acquisition. Although Helene didn't protest, the suggestion itself was a warning that things were rapidly getting worse. Although Jose was now searching for short-term solutions, he excluded his family from these financial conversations, which led Helene to wonder if he was genuinely attempting to resolve the problem or if he had any actual plan at all. Communication between Helene and Jose's parents stopped about this time. She used to occasionally talk to them when she visited, but now she never did. She continued to communicate with the family only through Andrea. However, even that function had diminished. Helene found herself increasingly unaware of what was happening. The urgency of the debt crisis increased, but the information flow simply decreased. Jose had become aloof, shunned conversations, and turned down assistance. Although they didn't have any direct disagreements, his growing passivity was the most obvious indication that their relationship was failing. By spring 2021, formality had taken over. They seldom ever met anymore, and they just texted each other sometimes. Plans for collaboration vanished. Jose had lost interest in long-term potential and had stopped discussing the future. He had obviously pulled away, even though he never formally stopped the relationship. Helene made no effort to bring them back to their former state. She knew that he needed to take the next step if they were to be together, but he never did. A bigger breakdown started with that financial dispute. Jose's actions revealed an internal conflict that he was unable to resolve. Around 9 in the morning on April 7, 2021, Helene Arias left her Oviedo home. She was on her way to Jose Bobadilla's home in the Little Leon province village of Prado de la Guzman. Helene continued to visit Jose and his family occasionally, but her visits had become less frequent. She was going home that same day, and the road was familiar. She assured her mother that everything was all right and told her that she was going to Prado de la Guzman. There was no hint of concern in her voice. Up until about midday, Helene's phone was still in use. Around 1 p.m., the last action was noted. Then she stopped talking. Helene stopped returning calls, stopped answering messages, and failed to show up on 9 separate attempts to contact her. Helene's family didn't initially realize anything was amiss. Her mother reasoned that she might have just been late. However, anxiety began to increase as the evening wore on, getting closer to 8 p.m. Helene's phone was off and she had yet to make contact. She had always kept her family updated on any modifications to her plans, but she had not returned home. There was no activity on her messaging apps, and messages remained unanswered. By 10 p.m., anxiety gave way to fear. Jose said he hadn't seen Helene that day and hadn't heard from her when the family tried to get in touch with him. She had informed her mother that she was going to visit him, so his response didn't set well with her. They were not prepared for his statement. His lack of urgency was much more noticeable. He didn't drive to Oviedo, he didn't offer to help, and he didn't try to get engaged. He acted in an abnormally submissive manner. Helene's family formally reported her missing to the police the following morning. The police started looking into her contacts and last known whereabouts. Tracing her phone was one of the initial steps. Helene had certainly arrived at Prado de la Guzman, according to the statistics. The last location on her phone indicated that she was in the vicinity at around noon. The signal was lost after that. Officers started talking to locals as they walked around the neighborhood. Earlier that day, a witness reported seeing someone who fit Helene's description close to the town's boundary, but no definitive identification could be made. The area had few security cameras, and none of them had captured any footage of Helene. There was no proof that she had visited the Bobadilla residence. Jose maintained that she never showed up. Andrea recounted a similar story. The phone's geolocation information did not support the theory that Helene had not arrived at her destination. The suspicion was only heightened by that. Investigators started examining Jose's family history and Helene's relationship with him. Helene's family used social media to solicit assistance at the same time. The first public communication of her disappearance started to circulate after they uploaded her picture and description. No evidence of a forced disappearance was discovered by authorities during the first 24 hours. In a nearby town, the vehicle Helene had drove was close to a train station. It was secured, undamaged, and contained everything she owned, including her ID and luggage. There were no indications of conflict or chaos inside the car, but the phone was gone. That particular information sparked more worries. Helene wouldn't have abandoned everything she owned if she had gotten out of the car willingly. The idea that she had fled or decided to go missing on her own didn't fit her nature or the facts. She had no past history of self-destructive inclinations, impulsive behavior, or mental health issues. The search had to be formally expanded next. Police contacted residents, conducted building and forested area inspections, and started planning a concerted effort. Drones and search dogs were used. Community volunteers also joined in. After local news outlets carried the family's plea for assistance, the situation began to receive more public attention. The first 48 hours following Helene's disappearance produced no solid leads regarding her precise location, despite increasing attempts. She couldn't get her phone to work. Jose insisted that he and his family had not seen Helene that day. Neither he nor Andrea publicly voiced their concerns or offered to help with the search. The case was formally considered a possible criminal act by the conclusion of the second day. A case was initiated by investigators in accordance with statutes pertaining to potential forced disappearance. They made the decision to concentrate their search within 3 miles of Helen's last known phone signal. The case's status shifted. A specialized investigating unit received it. From that point on, the possibility of an accident was ruled out. A team of civilian volunteers who joined the search found Helene Arias's body on April 11, 2021, 4 days after she was last seen. One of them spotted broken branches and odd patterns that went toward a ravine while they were searching through an area close to the town's outskirts. The body was near the bottom, buried under a layer of rubble and thick foliage. The site was promptly cordoned off by police. Helene was discovered sleeping on her back during the initial check. Plastic zip ties had been used to secure her wrists. She had an obvious head injury that indicated blunt force trauma, and marks around her neck suggested strangulation. Although there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, her face was damaged. Drag marks were visible in the nearby earth, suggesting the remains had most likely been moved there. After the death, local investigators discovered a ripped bag, shreds of cloth, and cut zip ties. There were tire marks nearby, indicating that a car had been driven. Based on the state of her clothing and body, there were no signs of intimate assault. But nearby, hair strands that weren't Helene's were discovered and sent for DNA testing. Every piece of evidence was recorded and gathered from the location. In order to estimate when the body had been deposited in the ravine, authorities noted its depth, potential access points, and a general date. Although the strike to the head was severe and probably rendered the victim unconscious, the forensic analysis verified that asphyxiation was the cause of death. The moment Helene's phone had ceased sending signals coincided with the time of death. According to medical professionals, she died 1 to 2 hours after her last phone call was recorded. Her body had been transported to the location after death and quickly covered with whatever materials were available, as there were no indications that it had been exposed to the weather for an extended period of time. Law enforcement responded quickly that same day to find and apprehend individuals responsible. Andrea Bobadilla and her ex-partner Raul were the first to be arrested. Andrea divulged important information while being questioned. She named Jose as the one who started the act and acknowledged that she had assisted in hiding the body. Only a few hours later, Jose Bobadilla was arrested. He didn't fight being arrested. He denied any involvement and maintained that Helene never visited him that day throughout his initial interrogation. Andrea's testimony and information from Helene's phone's geolocation records, however, later refuted this assertion. Items uncovered at the Bobadilla home matched evidence gathered from the location where Helene's body was discovered. Traces of blood were found on a utility room floor. The blood was identified as Helene's by forensic testing. The packaging made from fabric remnants and zip ties was exactly the same as what was discovered at the ravine. Authorities were able to piece together the events as the inquiry went on. Jose greeted Helene when she arrived in town. Eventually, there was a confrontation. Helene lost unconscious after Jose hit her. He then went ahead and asphyxiated her to death. Raul and Andrea helped dispose of the body by moving it to a secluded gully during the night. Nobody was around to witness any of this. Investigators collected sufficient evidence to press formal charges within 48 hours after the arrest. Officially, the matter was categorized as a criminal offense, including concealment and planned activity. Raul declined to testify when he was being questioned. He didn't provide a different version of events or corroborate Andrea's story. According to his lawyer, Raul was there but didn't know why they were there. However, based on Raul's subsequent actions, not reporting what had transpired and aggressively aiding in its cover-up, investigators came to the conclusion that he had participated knowingly. Jose partially acknowledged what had happened during his third interrogation, saying he acted out of emotional exhaustion. However, investigators found that he acted with purpose and intention. He actively worked to hide what had happened, never reported the incident, and made no attempt to seek for assistance. Raul and Andrea were found to be accomplices. Both had the option to leave, but they chose to assist in destroying evidence, according to case documents. Physical discoveries, Andrea's statement, DNA testing, cell phone logs, and forensic examinations of objects from the home and the graveyard comprised the body of evidence. Charges resulting from the inquiry included complicity, unlawful killing, concealing a body, and making false statements. All three were still being held pending trial. Early in 2022, the trial for Helene Arias's death got underway. Jose Bobadilla, his sister Andrea, and Andrea's ex-partner Raul were the principal accused. The act, which involved several participants in efforts to conceal the body and destroy evidence, was designated by the prosecution as an intentional crime. The Jose admitted to the debate and the physical altercation, but denied purpose during the court procedures, thereby partially acknowledging his role. He had been emotionally unstable, provoked, and did not intend for things to go out of hand, according to his defense. In the end, the court rejected that version. The court regarded Jose's behavior after the incident, witness testimony, and scene evidence as intentional. During the trial, Andrea affirmed her prior claims. In keeping with her prior description, she described the roles of each person. She and Raul helped to hide what had transpired, but Jose was the primary offender. Her defense team requested that the court take into account the strain she was under from her brother and the fact that she refrained from engaging in any violent behavior. Raul said nothing at all during the exchange. He had no intention and didn't completely understand what he was getting himself into, according to his lawyer. The court found all three guilty at the end of the trial. Jose Bobadilla received a 25-year prison term. Andrea's sentence for aiding and abetting the crime was 8 years. For assisting and abetting, Raul received a 6-year sentence. The sentences were judged fair by the prosecution. The proceedings were attended by Helene's relatives. The position of a private plaintiff was assumed by her mother. She took a hard stand. She advocated for the harshest punishments imaginable. She was disappointed when the decision was read, saying that Andrea and Raul had received too light terms. Jose's relatives chose not to respond. Jose Bobadilla's defense team appealed his sentence a few months after it was handed down. Their primary contention was that important evidence from the first trial ought to have been declared inadmissible. The objects discovered in the family home did not prove Jose's involvement in the crime, according to his attorneys, and Andrea's confession had been forced. Additionally, they questioned whether the forensic evaluation complied with the necessary legal requirements. The case will be reviewed by the appellate court. The prosecutors defended their position at the second trial, citing Jose's coordinated activities, his failure to seek for assistance, his fraudulent statements, and the hiding of Helene's body. New points were presented by the defense, nevertheless. They asserted that medical findings did not definitively indicate asphyxiation, and that Helene was not killed by the hit she sustained. They underlined the impact of public pressure and the lack of a clear motive. Andrea withdrew portions of her earlier confession during this second phase of the trial, claiming that she had said while in emotional turmoil. Furthermore, Raul did not back up his earlier statements. The prosecution's case suffered as a result. Some of the earlier evidence was declared inadmissible by the court. The court determined that there was insufficient evidence to support a guilty finding because of Jose's retracted statement and the absence of concrete evidence of his physical harm. Jose was freed from custody in 2023 after being found not guilty owing to insufficient evidence. The public reacted strongly to the decision. The judgment was deemed unfair by Helene's family. The court was accused by her mother of eroding confidence in the legal system. The higher court refused to reconsider the case when prosecutors appealed the acquittal. After Jose Bobadilla was found not guilty, there was weeks of heated public discussion. A large portion of the discussion on social media was critical of the justice system. There were differing views. While some cited the absence of conclusive evidence, others said the acquittal was a miscarriage of justice. The public's trust in the courts and law enforcement was closely examined. Less attention was paid to Andrea and Raul's predicament. They carried on with their sentences. Following the conclusion of the court proceedings in Helene Arias's case, the Bobadilla family refrained from making any public statements. In both trials, certain important concerns were left unexplained, particularly about Jose's motivation. Investigators think that a relationship breakdown, mental stress, and unsolved financial difficulties are what caused the conflict to escalate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Taylor Wright, 33, a recently divorced private investigator, was having a good time with her lover, Cassandra Waller, on September 8, 2017. Despite the tense divorce processes Taylor was going through with her ex-husband, the two had recently moved in together and everything was going smoothly. Taylor went out of the house that day to hang out with a friend. However, this choice altered not just her life, but also the lives of those in her immediate vicinity. We shall thus examine the events that took place in Pensacola, Florida, today. April 23, 1984, was Taylor's birthday. She first met Jeff Wright at the age of 19. Despite their relationship's ups and downs, they remained in love. They made the decision to be married 3 years after they first met. Taylor accepted a position as a police officer in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Taylor and Jeff had a kid in 2011. They encountered certain difficulties, just like many other newlywed couples. Their relationship gradually deteriorated, and in 2015 they began the difficult procedure of getting a divorce. Jeff thought Taylor was unfaithful to him. Jeff's suspicions were confirmed when Taylor soon relocated to Pensacola and moved in with Cassandra Waller. Because Taylor and Jeff couldn't agree on who their son would live with, their divorce was a challenging procedure. In this process, the financial element was equally significant. By this point, Taylor had left the police force and started working as a private investigator. She had followed Jeff when he was picking up their son and had attacked him multiple times. Taylor's actions damaged her reputation after she was detained multiple times. Taylor became enraged when Jeff was granted full custody of their kid in 2016. Taylor had no intention of giving up, filing a new case, but the ex-spouses were unable to reach a consensus. They had significant financial disagreements. In September 2017, Taylor chose not to disclose any financial information to Jeff and, in violation of court orders, took $100,000, 0 cents, out of their joint account without his knowledge. Taylor chose to empty the account in order to conceal the funds, which were meant to be used for child support. For short-term security, she divided it among her acquaintances. Ashley MacArthur, a former crime scene technician she had known for more than a year, was one of those buddies. They had become good friends during this period, and Taylor gave her $34, 0 cents. Taylor had a lot of issues, and they quickly got worse when she needed the money she had given Ashley to keep safe. Despite Taylor's repeated requests, her pal constantly came up with a new excuse to keep the money. She had no time to take it back. The bank was having issues, and so forth. Taylor suspected that the money was gone at one point. Despite her repeated demands, Ashley never gave her pal the whole sum back, creating new justifications each time. Cassandra Waller and Taylor Wright went to a restaurant for dinner on the evening of September 7, 2017. Taylor shared her issues and financial concerns with Cassandra over dinner. She spoke extensively about Ashley and the money she refused to give back. Taylor was certain that Ashley was purposefully hesitating and that something was amiss. Cassandra tried to reassure Taylor that the matter would be handled by providing her with all the assistance and consolation she could. She also had a suspicion that the money was missing at the same time. Taylor informed Cassandra that she would meet Ashley the following day, September 8, and they would go to the bank to retrieve her $34,000, 0 cents. On September 8th, Cassandra was heading to work in the morning. Ashley was seated in a car close to the driveway when she was bidding Taylor farewell. In order to ultimately resolve the issues with the bank, Ashley came to meet with Taylor. Cassandra saw Taylor for the final time that morning. Cassandra Waller lost touch with Taylor as the day went on. After she stopped answering her texts, she called Ashley, who informed her that Taylor wanted some alone time because she had been sobbing and upset all day. When Taylor apparently canceled their dinner plans with her girlfriend and texted Cassandra that she needed a few days to collect herself, things became more stranger. Cassandra became concerned since she knew that Taylor, being a private investigator, had the resources and expertise to vanish. "I don't have any clue what's going on. I just know that something's not right. I was scared," Cassandra said. Cassandra assumed Ashley, not Taylor, was the author of the text message she received from Taylor, stating that she needed time to collect her thoughts. Cassandra called Taylor several times in the days that followed, but she disregarded her calls and messages. A few of those messages were read though. All of Taylor's possessions were still at home, but she had not arrived. To check on Taylor, Cassandra wanted to meet her. The fact that Taylor abruptly vanished, especially without first getting in touch with her little kid, was very concerning to her loved ones. Following that, Cassandra went to the police, who advised her to get in touch with Taylor's ex-husband, Jeff Wright, so she could do her own independent investigation. Jeff informed Cassandra that their son had attempted to contact Taylor as well but had not received a response. He then gave Cassandra a shocking warning, asking her to exercise caution since Taylor might become upset with her for bringing the police into her affairs. Disturbed, Cassandra started phoning local hospitals and kept looking for her companion. Authorities launched an investigation after Cassandra filed a missing persons report after a week had gone by with no trace of Taylor. Because Cassandra lived with Taylor and knew a lot about her, the investigators questioned her. Additionally, they searched their home and discovered cash, a revolver, and Taylor's identity credentials. Cassandra claims that the firearm was never used and was purchased only for self-defense. There was nothing else suspicious discovered. However, why didn't Taylor bring her ID, cash, and possessions with her if she had made up her mind to travel somewhere? Cassandra sat in the questioning room asking herself a lot of questions in her head. It soon became clear to her that the police were searching for information that would enable them to connect her to Taylor's disappearance. She nevertheless persisted in helping the investigation to uncover the truth. Following confirmation of her account, the investigators turned their attention to Taylor's friend Ashley MacArthur and her ex-husband Jeff. Since ex-partners are frequently implicated in these types of situations, the idea that Taylor's disappearance was caused by her ex-husband seemed very plausible. They had money disputes and were still battling for custody of their son. However, as Jeff had been in North Carolina the entire time, the theory that he was responsible for Taylor's disappearance was swiftly disproved. Ashley MacArthur was the last person left on the list of possible suspects. Ashley was the last of Taylor's friends to see her before she disappeared, so they made contact with her. Ashley appeared to be acting strangely when she was questioned at the police station. She appeared unconcerned by her friend's absence and was flirty and cheerful. She claimed that Taylor had taken $34,000, 0 cents, out of the joint account she and her ex-husband had shared a few weeks prior and gave it to her to keep safe while the divorce was being processed. Additionally, she asserted that Taylor took the money, placed it in a travel bag, and departed the day they met. Ashley said she didn't believe her friend could have suffered any harm. Ashley told the police in her initial interview that she had picked Taylor up early on September 8 and that they had spent the day driving about before heading to MacArthur's family home to ride horses. After that, Ashley said, they returned to her house where Taylor had taken an Uber to a pub. In the police interview, Ashley can be heard saying, "I don't believe Taylor's been harmed. I think Taylor is doing what Taylor does, but I don't know. You know, she's always come across as being tough. She's always carrying weapons, whether it's knives or guns or whatever. She's not an easy target." Ashley claimed that after Taylor got into the Uber and drove off, she had not seen or spoken to him. Ashley apparently made numerous attempts to reach her on the phone at that period. The investigators discovered multiple texts pertaining to money after going through Ashley and Taylor's correspondence. The email made it clear that Ashley was often coming up with fresh excuses for not giving the money back. Upon reviewing Ashley's comments, the detectives were unable to verify that Taylor had made an Uber call. Considering all of this, the police started to suspect Ashley of concealing something, but they lacked sufficient evidence to bring any charges against her. Ashley was released since the detectives had just suspicions thus far. Almost daily, she called the police to check on the progress of the inquiry. She had previously stated that she believed Taylor was okay, so it seemed odd. Recalling the fresh information from that day, Ashley attempted to assist the detectives. She mentioned a number of dubious individuals she had previously seen Taylor with. Ashley made every effort to demonstrate her interest, but the investigators continued to look into her potential connection to her friend's disappearance. Taylor was expected to get her $34,000 0 cents back from Ashley. The investigators did not rule out the idea that Ashley may have disposed of her buddy in order to avoid returning the money, because they were aware that some criminals operate for far less money. She might have spent it already. She was therefore stalling in every manner she could. Maybe she made the decision to eliminate the source of her issues when she recognized that Taylor wouldn't leave her alone. Ashley's actions supported this hypothesis. Ashley was on the suspect list for another significant reason. Previously, MacArthur worked as a crime scene technician. Her knowledge would enable her to meticulously conceal the evidence of the crime. Ashley could perhaps have had ties to the police officers because her husband Zachary was a former deputy sheriff. The date of Taylor's disappearance was September 14, 2017. Ashley MacArthur was questioned a second time in October. Significant behavioral alterations were seen by the scientists. She was really apprehensive now, but she used to be gregarious and even seductive. She understood that the police had some evidence against her if she was being questioned again, and she was correct. Even though Taylor didn't show up for weeks, the case didn't move forward until the detectives were given access to Taylor's phone records. They found inside them that the phone records did not correspond with Ashley's account of where she and Taylor had gone on the day she disappeared. After focusing on Ashley, the police started looking through her and her husband's phone and financial records. They soon discovered that Ashley had made multiple calls from a separate MacArthur's home in a different area of town than the one she had initially claimed to have been in on the day Taylor was last seen alive. Authorities also discovered Ashley had transferred Taylor's $34,000 check to her bank account, despite the fact that Zachary was not in the vicinity on the day Taylor vanished. Suspicions about Ashley persisted. Authorities were successful in obtaining a search warrant for the MacArthur's 3 separate houses. To keep Ashley out of the way, they asked her to come down to the station for an interview on the day they intended to execute the warrants. Ashley was found to have falsified Taylor's signature on the check, but there might have been a darker motive at play. Ashley lied about where she and Taylor were on the day Taylor vanished. According to mobile phone data, a representative for the sheriff's office attested that MacArthur was employed from roughly June to November 2006 as a sheriff's office crime scene technician. The official stated that MacArthur's resignation was voluntary. Ashley was in the interrogation room and was rather anxious as the police searched the MacArthur's properties. Her responses to the questions become increasingly ambiguous. She could not think of anything to justify it. Ashley maintained that Taylor had taken an Uber to purchase illegal substances before returning to the property when police brought up the disparities between her claims and the data gathered during the investigation. The detectives were intrigued by the fact that she had never discussed it previously. They were interested in learning why this crucial information had been kept secret. In response, Ashley said she didn't want to damage Taylor's standing. Taylor's work as a private investigator might have suffered if everyone knew that she occasionally used illegal substances. However, if Ashley's companion was expected to return but never did, why didn't she notify the police immediately? She might have been in danger after all. Ashley made an effort to express her worry, but she made no effort to locate her companion. She was summoned in for questioning, but why didn't she pay attention to what was going on? The detectives were certain Ashley was lying to them, and all these questions were still unsolved. The woman wanted a lawyer and refused to answer any further questions after realizing the police knew she was lying. Despite Ashley's denials, a search team searched the farm, where phone records indicated Ashley and Taylor had been together on the day of Taylor's disappearance. Investigators were compelled to free Ashley after they first came up empty-handed. It was October 19, 2017, early in the morning. The policeman who kept searching the farm with police dogs later that day discovered something unsettling. It was a tiny pit that had just been excavated and sloppily concreted using a construction instrument. When the police began excavating there, they discovered a human skull with a bullet hole in it. The bodies were in a shallow grave that had been concreted over after being covered with dirt and construction debris. Clearly, someone was making every effort to conceal the body. When the investigators started to remove the body, they discovered a necklace that Taylor had been wearing in a picture. The identification of Taylor Wright's remains was verified by the examination. Ashley MacArthur, 40, was taken into custody that same evening on October 19, 2017. She had been accused of killing Taylor Wright. In August 2019, the trial got underway. Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer informed the jury during the opening statement that there was no evidence connecting his client to the crime. However, the prosecutor contended that security footage and mobile phone data will be used in the trial to connect Ashley Britt MacArthur to Taylor Wright's death in 2017. John Barrowset, Ashley MacArthur's defense lawyer, said in his opening statement that there was no tangible evidence in the case. Barrowset informed jurors that there would be no eyewitness or scientific testimony to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that his client was involved in Taylor's death. In addition, he questioned Taylor Wright's mental health, citing reports that she had used illegal drugs at the time of her abduction. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, contended that Ashley had a definite reason for killing Taylor: money. Jensen claimed that Taylor often texted Ashley to ask for access to the money when she needed it for court procedures and to pay child support, but Ashley kept coming up with reasons not to return the money to Taylor. Ashley and Taylor decided to have a face-to-face meeting to talk about the money on September 8, 2017. That following day, Ashley disappeared. Another of Ashley's secrets that came to light during the trial was mentioned by Jensen. Taylor had spent about all of the money, so Ashley was unable to give it back to her. It was revealed that married woman Ashley MacArthur had a covert liaison with Brandon Beatty. It came to light that Ashley had purchased a boat for her covert lover using Taylor's money. Brandon acknowledged in court that Ashley frequently bought him pricey presents, but he was unaware of her financial source. The prosecutor informed the jury that, based on cell tower records, Ashley MacArthur was far from the farm on the day Taylor vanished, despite Ashley's testimony to detectives that she and Taylor were riding horses at the farm on that day. "I was there," she said, on a plot of property owned by the MacArthur family. Taylor Wright's body was discovered in a shallow grave in October 2017. Concrete and potting soil were spread over the grave. Assistant State Attorney Bridget Jensen, the prosecutor, said jurors that security footage of MacArthur buying concrete and potting soil at a nearby Home Depot in the days following Taylor Wright's abduction will also be shown. According to Detective Richard Gigliotti's testimony, the only remnant of Wright's body that the investigators discovered was a skeleton hidden beneath potting mix and concrete. According to Gigliotti, a projectile was discovered embedded in the back of the skull, but it was hard to identify it as belonging to a particular gun due to its condition. Ashley's lawyer defended her by saying she couldn't have moved Taylor's body because of back issues. The defense attempted to challenge the prosecutor's version, arguing that Taylor was physically more prepared. The lawyer's strategy was predicated on the police's lack of concrete proof of Ashley's guilt. There were no witnesses, no crime weapon, and no DNA evidence. The lawyer contended that none of the firearms the prosecution had produced as evidence could be reliably linked to the kind of bullet that killed Taylor Wright. Ashley's defense lawyer attempted to portray Jeff, Taylor's ex-husband, as someone who had a reason to kill Taylor, despite the fact that he was screened early in the inquiry and removed from the list of possibilities due to a credible alibi. These efforts were unsuccessful. Ashley was found to have boasted about her plot to kill Taylor during the trial. Audrey Warren, a local bartender and Ashley's acquaintance, said in court that she had informed Taylor of her intentions to overdose her on a potent, illegal narcotic. She declared that she would add the drug to Taylor's drink. Audrey stated, "She said this world would be better if Taylor wasn't here, and she wasn't a good person. Once that she was too small to hurt anybody, so she'd just shoot them." Ashley MacArthur was charged with more than only the death of Taylor Wright. Jurors heard testimony during a week-long trial that MacArthur stole thousands of dollars from customers, including the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and Seville Quarter, when she worked at her family's company, Pensacola Automatic Amusement, from 2015 to 2017. For 40 years, Pensacola Automatic Amusement maintained jukeboxes and other amusement devices for a variety of customers in the Pensacola region. Witnesses at the trial stated that Pensacola Automatic Amusement usually operated under a contract, in which the business divided the profits from the rented machines 50/50 with customers. By allegedly keeping half of the cash proceeds, payments made using credit cards, debit cards, or smartphone apps. For herself, MacArthur allegedly broke the terms of the arrangement. According to charge filings, prosecutors said that MacArthur pocketed over $300.00 that belonged to Seville and roughly $13.00 in revenues that should have gone to the Azalea between July 2015 and June 2017. On the day that MacArthur was supposed to meet with the Azalea's management over the missing revenue, a fire broke out at Pensacola Automatic Amusement, according to evidence presented to the jury. According to a state fire marshal's office investigator who testified before the jury, there were two distinct fires, one in a second-floor open area and one in a downstairs hallway. Traces of diesel fuel or kerosene were discovered by an analyst who examined samples taken from the fire scene. Witnesses claim that MacArthur visited the location to investigate after the company's security alarm went off twice in the late evening and early morning hours before to the fire. In her testimony to investigators, she claimed that although the structure appeared to be in good condition both times, she called the fire department at around 9 in the morning after noticing fog surrounding the building. She allegedly informed investigators that irate former workers might have started the fire. "This is a very dangerous individual," said Larry Johnson, the proprietor of the Azalea Cocktail Lounge and a former member of the Pensacola City Council, who called MacArthur a world-class con artist. "I believe there are other people who have been harmed and haven't come forward. She's a world-class con artist. She conned me, and I believe she deserves a significant prison sentence." Judge Jan Shackelford heard the arguments and gave MacArthur a sentence of 84 months in state prison and 3 years of probation. Let's return to the case of Taylor Wright now. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a guilty judgment. A jury found Ashley guilty following a 4-day trial, and the judge sentenced her to life in prison with a mandatory 25-year sentence. Due to the jurors accidentally seeing a picture of MacArthur brandishing a shotgun, MacArthur filed an appeal and requested a fresh trial. Additionally, she contended that the trial court had mistakenly allowed the victim's text messages, some mobile phone records, and statements she made to police officers. She was unable to appeal the decision. MacArthur is still serving her life sentence with a minimum of 25 years in jail at Lowell Annex Correctional Institution in Ocala as of 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Amarillo, Texas. On October 23, 1981, Robin was born in Altus, Oklahoma at Altus Air Force Base. In 1995, she relocated from North Dakota to Amarillo. Robin began working at a neighborhood cafe. She met Jeremy Spielbauer one day while working. When Jeremy told Robin about his experiences in the Army, Robin was immediately impressed. He made her think of her dad. The bond between Robin and Jeremy grew rapidly. They were unable to be separated. The speed at which Robin's connection with Jeremy developed shocked her parents. They still thought their daughter was making the right decision, though. Ultimately, their main want was for their daughter to be content. A few years after they first met, in 2005, Jeremy and Robin got married. It was a momentous day for them both. The couple had 2 kids in the years that followed. At that point, issues started to arise in Robin and Jeremy's relationship. However, they remained close and made an effort to resolve every disagreement. In an effort to improve their marriage, they began attending church. Jeremy and Robin met Katie Yvonne Spielbauer at church. Katie was a young criminal law student. Robin and Katie became friends. She had faith in her. Katie started to visit the Spielbauer home frequently. But Jeremy and Katie's friendship soon expanded into much more. Robin filed for divorce after learning that Jeremy was having an affair with Katie. However, Jeremy was indifferent to the disintegration of his family. Katie was all he could think about. Thus, Jeremy married Katie right away. Once their divorce was finalized in 2013, she adopted his last name. One of the many things that Jeremy and Katie had in common was their passion for guns. They owned a wide variety of firearms and handguns. They frequently used them to decompress and have fun. Because Robin was still active in their relationship, their marriage didn't seem to be ideal. Jeremy frequently needed to see Robin, since he continued to communicate with his kids. The fact that Jeremy was still active in their lives made Katie feel envious and resentful. At the end of 2013, Robin and her kids moved into her parents' home due to financial difficulties. Their relationship deteriorated further when she and Jeremy got divorced. They frequently argued about visitation rights and child support. The $400.00 that Jeremy borrowed from Robin, which she got as child support, was one of the main arguments. He claimed that in order for him and Katie to support their household, he needed the money. Jeremy did not fulfill his commitment to give Robin the money back. The fact that Robin's parents lived on the same street as Jeremy and Katie presented another issue. She was upset about Jeremy and Katie's marriage, but since she was living at her parents' house, she had to see them frequently. Robin was unable to forgive her ex-husband Jeremy for his infidelity. She also felt deceived by Katie, whom she had previously allowed into her home and whom she had formerly thought of as a friend. Everyone knew that there was a great deal of animosity between them. Everyone was aware of it. The situation was bound to spiral out of control at some point. Following a string of messages on her cell phone, Robin put her kids to bed on the evening of April 7, 2014, and informed her mother that she would be coming home later. However, she never returned. On Helium Road, a motorist saw an SUV parked at the curb the next morning. Beside it, something resembling a body lay on the ground. Police and an ambulance arrived at the scene shortly after. When Robin's mother awoke, she discovered that her daughter had yet to come home. Her bed was undisturbed, and her bedroom was deserted, and her automobile was gone. Because Robin occasionally spent time with friends, her parents weren't overly concerned at first. However, they began phoning her after a few hours. Every effort they made failed. There was no response from Robin to any SMS or calls. She also disappeared from her social media accounts after leaving. The more time passed, the more anxious her parents were. As a result, at approximately 11 a.m., Robin's father phoned the police. To collect a missing persons report, Amarillo Police Department officers showed up at their residence. A family acquaintance later that day told Robin's father about a news story about a black SUV stopped at the curb with police cars all around it. When Robin's parents came across this piece online, their worst suspicions were validated. They were able to identify their daughter's vehicle. According to the Post, a woman who had been the victim of a crime was standing next to the SUV. The investigators saw pink marks on Robin's car's window while they were at the crime scene. The window was repeatedly struck by a hard metallic object, leaving scratches and bits of pink material behind. After Robin's body was examined, it was discovered that her face, neck, and head had sustained many blunt force injuries. She appeared to have been severely beaten. There was no ID, purse, or phone at the scene, according to the cops. The authorities identified the victim of the incident after looking through the license plates of the car. The officers thought it was a heist gone wrong, because Robin's phone and handbag were gone. When the police department got in touch with her parents around the middle of the afternoon, they verified that the victim was their daughter, Robin. An investigation was started by the police. Naturally, it was not long before they learned about Robin's personal struggles. They learned that Robin had separated from her husband and that he had wed a lady she had once regarded as a friend. As a result, the investigators went to Jeremy and Katie Spielbauer's home. According to Katie, the only information she was aware of concerning Robin's passing came from other people and the press. The same thing was reported by Jeremy, who claimed to have no knowledge that could aid in the investigation. He claimed that he had no idea what had happened to his ex-wife. The Spielbauers were formally questioned by the authorities in the days that followed. Around 9 o'clock at night, Jeremy informed the police he spent the night at his uncle's house where Robin passed away. That night, he texted Katie. Katie was at a friend's house with her son. Jeremy claims that he dozed off on the couch after returning from his uncle's house. He also remembered that at about 6 o'clock in the evening, he texted Robin, but she didn't reply. Although Robin's phone was not found at the crime site, the police were able to get the information from her network operator. The investigators discovered from her text conversations that Jeremy and Robin were scheduled to meet on the evening of April 7. According to this information, Jeremy lied to the police while they were questioning him. Questioning him once more, they told him that they had read Robin's texts and discovered that he had not given them the complete truth. He was requested to clarify the contents of these text messages by the investigators. Jeremy acknowledged that he hadn't been truthful with them in the initial exchange. "I was supposed to meet Robin that evening," he added. As previously said, Jeremy stated that they will meet at his home. His house and Robin's parents' house were on the same street. According to him, they wanted to talk about some future plans, the approaching school year, and kid visits. But Jeremy claims that Robin never arrived at his house. Since the divorce, Robin and his new wife Katie had had a strained relationship. Jeremy kept this meeting a secret for that reason. Jeremy informed the investigators that he opted to meet Robin at his house, since he knew Katie was going to spend a few hours at her friend's house. The investigators were curious as to why Robin and Katie were at odds. There was a reasonable explanation for Robin's behavior toward Katie. She was unable to forgive her old friend for replacing her. Because Katie believed that Jeremy and Robin continued to have a close relationship after the divorce, she mistreated Robin. After all, Jeremy had an affair with Katie when he was married to Robin. Now Katie believed he was having an affair with Robin while he was married to her. Jeremy received around 300 angry messages from Katie 4 days prior to Robin's death. Katie wrote in one of the messages, "I'll take care of this myself." Following the autopsy's findings, this case took an unexpected turn. It was discovered that the original cause of Robin's death was incorrect. Experts discovered a bullet in Robin's head during the examination. Therefore, a gunshot wound from a .22 caliber firearm was the cause of her death. But the bullet that was taken out of Robin's brain was so badly distorted that a complete ballistic analysis could not be performed. The police did not discover the shell casing while they were at the crime scene because they initially thought Robin had died from multiple head injuries. But now that they had the autopsy results, the investigators went back to the SUV's parking spot on Helium Road. The search for the shell casing began. They discovered a .22 caliber case after searching through the parched grass and dirt. However, they discovered other pieces of evidence as well. 2 little metal pieces that seemed to be broken pieces of a weapon or rifle were also found by the cops. They started searching Katie's social media for a .22 caliber weapon after sending the cartridge case for ballistic analysis. They noticed a picture of her shooting a .22 caliber gun in pink and black. The police required a warrant to examine her home in order to verify this version, even though it might have been the weapon of the crime. They knew what to look for when they arrived at the house with the warrant. A black and pink .22 caliber gun was among the nearly 20 different firearms the police discovered during the search. The pink paint on Katie's gun matched the pink paint on Robin's car window. The gun's upper portion was also chipped off. The metal pieces that investigators discovered at the crime scene matched it. Experts came to the conclusion that someone was using a gun to strike Robin's automobile glass. The weapon sustained mechanical damage, and the hits were so powerful that they left paint and scratches on the window. The cartridge case that was discovered at the crime scene was verified by ballistics to match Katie's firearm. Since Katie was now the primary suspect in the case, the police summoned her in for interrogation. She denied having anything to do with Robin's demise. She did, however, accuse Jeremy of having an affair with Robin in the text message she sent him. According to a text message Katie sent to her husband approximately 8 hours prior to Robin's passing, "I'll take care of this myself." The investigators therefore believed that Katie did in fact handle this. She had a purpose, she possessed a firearm, and she was proficient with it. Jeremy altered his testimony once more when the detectives chose to interrogate him again. He now asserted that he met Robin on Helium Road. They were seated in her car when Katie unexpectedly showed up, surprising them. Jeremy claims that once Katie and Robin started fighting and arguing, he got into his car and left them alone. When Jeremy left, he reported that Robin's SUV's window was undamaged. After he drove off, Jeremy thought that something horrible had happened. Katie admitted to the investigators during the interrogation that she had visited a friend's house that day and departed at approximately 11 p.m. However, this was not confirmed by her companion. Although she was unable to provide a precise time, she believed Katie had gone at around 9 or 10 o'clock. She therefore had ample time to carry out the act. However, Katie denied any involvement in Robin's demise. Additionally, Katie asserted that Jeremy had lied when he claimed to have caught him on Helium Road with Robin. Katie claims that she wasn't present at all that evening. Although Katie acknowledged that they were at odds, she stated that she did not want Robin to pass away. To ensure she was telling the truth, she requested permission from the investigators to take the polygraph test. Police frequently employ polygraph exams to identify or rule out suspects, even though the majority of criminal courts do not accept the results as evidence. Katie failed both of the tests she took. Thus, the investigators made the decision to find out where her phone was when the crime was committed. They found that the location where Robin died was also where Katie's phone was. Furthermore, it was present when the offense was committed. The police arrested Katie Spielbauer and accused her of killing Robin based on this evidence and the findings of the ballistic examination. Katie, however, persisted in claiming her innocence. Before the authorities made the startling discovery that they had imprisoned the incorrect person, she was held in the county jail for nearly a year while she awaited trial. Cell towers have a large margin of error when it comes to locating a phone. On the other hand, data from Wi-Fi phone tracking has a 100-foot margin of error. Katie Spielbauer was not on Helium Road when the crime was committed, it turned out. After expressing regret and vowing to use every effort to identify the person responsible for Robin's death, the authorities let her out of custody. Katie was incarcerated for 466 days. It became evident that Katie was innocent as a result. However, the fact that someone used Robin's black and pink gun to shoot her remained unchanged. Suspicion was directed towards someone else who had the firearm because it wasn't Katie. Naturally, that individual was Jeremy Spielbauer. It's possible that Jeremy told the police all of this in order to deceive Katie into believing a crime he had done. Katie was prepared to assist the police in prosecuting Jeremy after realizing that her husband was the reason she was imprisoned. Katie informed the process that she did not think their city was devoid of surveillance cameras. Additionally, after putting in extra work, the authorities discovered recordings from the bank building's cameras. On April 7, 2014, at 9:21 p.m., Jeremy Spielbauer was seen on camera driving by the bank. He was headed for Helium Road, where he was to meet Robin, his ex-wife. At 9:50 p.m., Jeremy was also seen on the footage heading in the opposite way. Authorities thought Robin was dead by this point. However, more proof was required before the police could file charges. Jessica Huffman, Jeremy's ex-girlfriend, told them she might divulge crucial information if they would shield her from Jeremy. She spoke up when they assured her that they would keep her safe. She disclosed a chat she had with Spielbauer during her testimony. She claimed that when the crime first occurred, she was too scared to report it to the police. Huffman claims that Spielbauer informed her in 2014 about the problems with Robin and his inability to visit their children. To ensure he could see his kids, Huffman advised him to go through the legal system. According to Huffman's testimony, he assured her that he would take care of it himself. He declared his desire to permanently remove Robin from their lives. Spielbauer suggested that it would be preferable if Robin had a gunshot in her skull, and Huffman sobbed as she described this. 5 days after this talk, Robin was discovered with a bullet wound to her head on the side of the road. It rarely happened by accident. Huffman further said that Spielbauer then threatened to shoot her in the head if she told anybody about their talk. In his testimony, Jeremy Spielbauer gave 4 distinct accounts of what transpired the night Robin died. He appears to have become entangled in his own deception. Jeremy claimed during one of the interrogations that the window of Robin's SUV was undamaged when he drove off, leaving Robin and Katie alone on Helium Road. He could not have known, though, that the specialists had discovered scratches on the window when he informed the authorities about it. Jeremy said that he noticed the scrapes when Robin's SUV was close to the sheriff's office, when the detectives questioned him about how he knew about this particular information. It was a falsehood. The window was taken out of Robin's SUV and transferred to the lab before the vehicle was parked next to the sheriff's office. As a result, Jeremy Spielbauer could only be aware of the window scratches if he had left them there himself. The way Jeremy acted during the examination of his home was another intriguing detail that revealed him. The first explanation given by the authorities when they confiscated the Pinkenback firearm was that Robin had suffered blunt force trauma. Only after learning that Robin had been shot in the head did the investigators secure a search warrant. Nevertheless, this information was not made public by the government. They arrived at the Spielbauer residence after obtaining a search warrant. Katie remembered that Jeremy informed her that all of their guns would be taken when the detectives searched their house. He could only be certain that he was the one who shot Robin, since he knew that Robin had died from a bullet wound to the head. It also implied that Jeremy Spielbauer was a cunning individual who intended to frame Katie in addition to firing Robin. The black and pink gun was the only firearm registered to Katie. In addition, it was the most noticeable weapon in their home. That was the main idea. Jeremy went to see Robin after grabbing this rifle. He killed her and ensured that there were still pink paint smudges on Robin's SUV window. The shell casing was not removed from the crime site by Jeremy. He was aware that it would turn out to be an important piece of evidence after all. Spielbauer went back home and replaced the gun, anticipating that the police would soon arrive with a search warrant. His strategy was nearly flawless, but during the probe, something went awry. It was discovered that, in addition to her own Social Security card, Robin also carried their children's cards in her wallet. The children's Social Security cards were eventually discovered by the police in Jeremy Spielbauer's vehicle. Nor was it favorable to him. Katie served as a prosecution witness during Jeremy's trial. She claimed to the jury that Jeremy had taken care of the issue after grabbing her and pinning her against a wall in their home. Katie told jurors that she believed Jeremy was accepting responsibility for denying his ex-wife her life because of the altercation that followed her questioning him about Robin's death. She clarified, "There's no refunds for lost time. I've lost my career, my car, my home, and my kids. Kids are 1,500 miles apart from each other." Even though she didn't shoot Robin, Katie also expressed regret to her family throughout the interview for her part in her demise. In response to the question of whether she firmly thought Jeremy was to blame for Robin's passing, Katie hesitated, rolled her eyes, grinned, and shrugged. "That's not the man that I married. He doesn't even look like the man that I married," she replied. Jurors were informed by Alicia Osborne, who claimed to be close friends with both Jeremy and Robin, that a few days prior to her death, Robin had informed her over the phone that she had found a new lover and was preparing to conclude an affair with Spielbauer. According to Osborne, Robin informed her that she wished to initiate legal action in order to definitively determine the amount of child support that Jeremy was expected to pay. Jeremy Spielbauer was found guilty by the jury after nearly 3 hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and a $10,000 0-cents fine in January 2018. Spielbauer will be able to request parole in 2046. Robin's children were given to her parents. Jeremy Spielbauer is presently serving his life sentence after failing to appeal the verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrible crime is depicted in the tragic events of November 28, 2014 in Fort Worth, Texas. An apartment complex resident named Ashlea Ann Harris, 31, was the target of a vicious and premeditated attack. The events that transpired on that fateful day raised troubling doubts regarding the motivation behind this barbaric deed. The incident started when a worried apartment complex resident called 911 on December 12th. Having called Day 1 on a telephone, she called Day 209. Emergency personnel hurried to the scene after they reported a fire in one of the units. The fact that this incident would turn into a murder investigation was unknown to them. The apartment was occupied by Ashlea Ann Harris when it caught fire. Nobody was able to verify at first whether Ashley was in the burning apartment. Firefighters fought the fire with courage and were able to contain it. The terrible truth was revealed only after the fire was extinguished. Since Ashley had been in her apartment the entire time, police concluded that the fire was not an accident because of Ashley's body. Ashley had been severely beaten, as evidenced by the pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. Her ankles suffered the same fate as her hands, which were brutally bound with duct tape, leaving her helpless. There were more indications of violence. Her body was scarred by burns, and she had endured the pain of strangulation. Moreover, her throat had been brutally cut, adding to the horror. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was a carefully thought out and horrifyingly carried out murder, rather than merely a tragic accident or an isolated act of violence. After committing this horrible crime, the evidence suggested that someone had purposefully set the apartment on fire. The offender had also sprayed rubbing alcohol on Ashley's bed and other parts of her apartment, seemingly in an effort to cover up any evidence of their actions. But the horrific reality had not been hidden by the fire. The case's apparent lack of motivation was one confusing feature. Since Ashlea's keys were the only item missing from her apartment, investigators were left wondering, what could motivate someone to attack an innocent woman in such a vicious and heartless manner? As law enforcement looked for answers, justice, and closure for Ashley and Harris's bereaved family, the murder investigation would surely be a difficult and heartbreaking one. The police started looking for answers. Interviews with Ashley's neighbors marked the start of their adventure. One of them, Stephen Lee, lived in an apartment next door. He described an odd sighting at around 6:30 a.m. that fateful morning. He was smoking a cigarette on his balcony when he spotted an unknown car parked close by. The car in question was a sleek black Infiniti G35, which was unusual in their peaceful neighborhood. This observation would turn out to be a key clue in the mystery that was developing. But Stephen Lee's story wasn't the only piece of the puzzle. At around 7:30 a.m., Ashley's neighbor Patrick Sweet, who lived directly below her apartment, told the police a terrifying revelation. A spine-tingling scream reverberated from above, startling and upsetting Patrick as he was startled out of his morning routine. After that, he heard a number of disturbing sounds, such as what sounded like a heavy thud and frantic, gasping breaths. He was terrified, but his carbon monoxide detector's blaring alarm was what finally got him to act. He became aware that a fire was occurring, so he quickly called 911 to solve the mystery of Ashley's disappearance. Ashley was employed as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store in the Hulen Mall, and the police painstakingly tracked her movements on the day in question. Their investigation revealed that she had eaten dinner in one of the apartments in their complex on Thanksgiving Day with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances. After dinner, Ashley went to work. The Black Friday sales craze during Ashley's work shift made for a long and exhausting evening. Alexis kindly volunteered to watch Ashley's cherished dog, Nala. Ashley is back at home. Was marked by the early morning. At approximately 3:15 a.m., Alexis visited briefly before leaving after 4 a.m. The timeline started to become crucial to the investigation at this point. According to the police, Ashley died suddenly between 4:15 and 7:30 in the morning. Because of this crucial period, the authorities were keen to find and talk to the owner of the enigmatic black Infiniti G35 in order to provide insight into what happened during those hours. After discovering the black Infiniti G35, the police made the decision to interrogate Alexis, Ashley's friend. She said she didn't know who owned the car. They are intrigued, though, by a tip from Christopher "Chris" Cravey, Ashley's boss. He told the police that he knew a woman named Carol Cervantes, who was a driver of one of these vehicles. The plot twist was that Carter had been fired in August after having previously worked at Ashley Leah's American Eagle store. The police began monitoring Carter's home after obtaining this lead. The following Saturday morning at 8 a.m., their patience paid off when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti G35 with a man. After that, the man drove her to Hulen Mall, where he parked after dropping her off at the entrance. When the police came to question him, they found that he was actually Clarence, Carter's boyfriend. David Mallory, who used to work at the same American Eagle store, became suspicious when Clarence was unable to provide his driver's license when asked, which resulted in his arrest. Officers observed some odd details about him while he was at the police station. The plastic price tag fastener was still on his brand new ski mask, which showed no signs of wear. In addition, his lower lip, which was visibly swollen even after Clarence was arrested, looked like a recent injury. Despite being seen entering the mall, Carter was never seen again. Instead, she was apprehended at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry and taken in for interrogation. Her initial claim that she had not left the apartment complex that day was refuted by surveillance footage, which showed her leaving the mall and making her way home. According to the police, she may have decided to walk the 2 miles home after spotting them conversing with Clarence in the mall parking lot. Notably, they noticed minor scratches on her arms as the puzzle pieces came together. The police had to determine whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's terrible death, and if so, what the motivation was for the gruesome events that had taken place. A troubling picture of the circumstances leading up to Ashley's untimely death was painted by additional evidence that surfaced. An important turning point in the investigation was when Ashley's missing keys were found, since it turned out that they also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. Given that Ashley's keys could open the store safe, the police concluded that Carter and Clarence had planned Ashley's murder. Stealing what they thought was tens of thousands of dollars, presumably amassed from Black Friday sales, seemed to be the crux of their evil scheme. Armed with Ashley's keys, They carried out their plan on a fateful Saturday morning, but when they got to the store, they ran into an unforeseen problem. Their attempt at robbery was foiled by the fact that the locks had already been changed. Additional incriminating evidence was discovered during the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment. They discovered a taser box, a plastic tub with bungee cords and a rope, a lock in a kitchen drawer, and some discarded duct tape. They also found a broken deadbolt lock, 2 more locks that looked like they were used for practice and were marked as lock-picking practice locks, and the black Infiniti G35, a key vehicle in the investigation, which also had sinister secrets inside. They found a plastic bag inside a black garbage bag, a sharpening stone that was probably used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a sheathed buck knife. Notably, they also discovered a kitchen knife, an unopened tarp, and a toboggan with a hole cut in it. The finding was perhaps the most concerning. 3 of a loaded Glock 19 concealed beneath the driver's seat with a bullet in the chamber. The disturbing picture of Carter and Clarence's role in Ashley's murder was painted by these strong pieces of evidence. The state decided not to pursue the death penalty after both defendants were charged with capital murder. Instead, it sought life in prison without the possibility of release for both of them. Carter and Clarence upheld their not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence against them, paving the way for a torturous court battle that would ultimately decide their fate. Although the prosecution gave both defendants a largely consistent story, the court cases of Carter, Carol Cervantes, and Clarence, David Mallory, developed independently. But after Carter's case was heard, attention turned to proving that she was the alleged mastermind of the crime. The prosecution believed that Carter and Clarence had several reasons for wanting to hurt Ashlia. First, they thought the two wanted Ashlia's keys, which would allow them to enter the store safe and the large amount of money they assumed was kept there, especially after the Black Friday sales. The prosecution also claimed that Carter and Clarence wanted to exact revenge on Ashley. An additional layer of personal animosity was introduced into the situation when they blamed her for their dismissal. The court proceedings explored the individuals' personal histories. In June 2014, Ashley took over as store manager while her boss, Chris, was on medical leave. An important part of the operation had been played by Carter, the store's assistant manager. Notably, on August 24, 2014, she had also employed Clarence, her boyfriend, to work with her at the same place. A sizable amount of $18,000 inexplicably vanished from the American Eagle store's safe. When Ashlia, who was in charge of locking the store that evening, noticed that the back door had been left open, suspicion was cast on Carter. Clarence was identified in surveillance footage as the person who had broken into the safe and stolen the cash. This finding signaled the start of a series of events that would ultimately result in a tragic conclusion. Chris, Ashlia's boss, didn't find out that Carter had employed Clarence until after the theft. It was shocking to learn that Clarence had a history with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo store. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, meaning he should not be employed at any American Eagle location. Chris revealed something shocking. In order to evade detection and get around any warning signs, Carter had changed Clarence's name and social security number in the system and manipulated his personnel file. This information implied a troubling degree of Carter and Clarence's collusion. It became clear as hostilities increased that Carter and Clarence had been plotting Ashley's kidnapping and key retrieval. Images of Ashley's apartment, her apartment door, and her car were among the incriminating evidence found on their cell phones. On their cell phones, police also found latitude and longitude coordinates. The terrifying story was further enhanced by Detective Cedillo's testimony, which disclosed that one of Clarence's texts included coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, identified a location close to Lufkin, Texas. Detective Cedillo discovered a terrifying hole at this location that was 6 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It looked grimly like a grave for a human. The prosecution argued that the original plan was to kidnap Ashlia, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her somewhere else. But when Ashley refused to let them into her apartment, their plans took a sinister turn, and she tragically died there. More disturbing evidence surfaced. 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets were found by police when they searched Clarence's Cadillac, indicating a sinister and planned motive. These disclosures presented an unsettling image of a well-thought-out crime in which Carter and Clarence were purportedly driven by retaliation as well as financial gain. As the trial went on, the prosecution called witnesses who provided more insight into the terrible circumstances surrounding Ashlea's passing. Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close friend and neighbor, was one such witness. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was startled awake by the sound of fire alarms, recognizing that Ashley's apartment was in danger, and he acted quickly after noticing her car was still parked outside. He hurried upstairs without thinking and kicked down Ashley's apartment door with courage. When Jeff walked in, he saw a chaotic scene. The apartment was filled with smoke, and the sprinkler system sprayed water, making the place dangerous and confusing. Even though it was dangerous, Jeff tried to crawl toward the kitchen to get to Ash, but the dense smoke soon overpowered him and he had to back off to get some fresh air. Unfazed, he made 2 more heroic attempts, but the smoke was too thick to handle. Luckily, rescue efforts were taken over by firefighters who had already arrived on the scene. Arson investigator Wallace E. Hood Jr. offered crucial information about the fire's cause. He stated in his testimony that he was able to pinpoint several places where the fire started, including Ashley's bed and the closet. One particularly unsettling discovery was the smoke detector's purposeful removal and hiding under the mattress. These discoveries suggested a malevolent and deliberate act meant to hide the fire and make Ashley's chances of surviving even more difficult. With a string of gripping incidents and testimony, the courtroom drama went on. The prosecution showed surveillance footage taken in front of the American Eagle store on November 29 at around 2 in the morning, which showed an enigmatic individual trying to operate the gate lock. The prosecution claimed it was Carter, but the person's face was hidden. The altered locks made it impossible for them to unlock and raise the gate, despite their obvious attempts. This implied that Carter might have had plans involving the crime or the store. Unaware that the police were observing them, Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. that same day, the court was informed. Given the previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store, this raised concerns about their intentions and behavior. In the parking lot of the mall, Clarence was taken into custody. He told the police that Carter had gone inside to get some documents. Carter was not present in the mall when the police searched it, though. Suspicions regarding her movements and activities were raised when she was eventually found at her apartment complex. Important details regarding Ashley's injuries were supplied by Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. The extent of her physical trauma was graphically depicted by the autopsy. Among Ashley's many wounds were cuts to her cheek, scalp, and left side of her face. Her chin was scraped, her lip had laceration and scrape marks, and her right side was marred by a patterned bruise, with additional bruises discovered around her left eye and between her eyes. The most unsettling finding was probably a star-shaped cut behind her left ear with a bruise surrounding it, which the medical examiner determined was the result of a pistol blow. The testimony described Ashley's experience in a distressing way, implying that she had been beaten viciously and savagely. Ashley sustained multiple wounds, including a knife wound to her neck, bruising and abrasions to her right arm, chest, and neck. Ashley suffered multiple blows to her face, according to testimony from Dr. Fries, a witness in the case. Additionally, he mentioned that Ashley's eyes had patachi, which suggested that she might have been strangled or suffocated. Dr. Fries clarified that a fractured cricoid, a neck cartilage, is more frequently linked to severe force or auto accidents and is rarely observed in asphyxia or strangulation cases. Ashley's death was ruled a homicide after he determined that she died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Carter's trial was surrounded by a compelling and heartbreaking courtroom drama. The foundation of her defense was the claim that she was not responsible for Ashley's untimely death. She bravely removed the layers of fear and manipulation that had surrounded her life by taking the stand to testify in her own defense. Carter's testimony portrayed Clarence as a domineering and dangerous man, painting an unsettling picture of their relationship. She disclosed that he had a terrifying amount of control over her day-to-day activities, including deciding when she was allowed to eat and drink. As she admitted to trying to rob the American Eagle store, the entire courtroom listened intently, but she maintained that Clarence's threatening words were what forced her to commit this crime. She told of the terrifying time he pulled out a gun and gave her the order to steal. To make matters worse for her, he claimed that if she refused to accept the money, A dangerous threat would be waiting outside her parents' house, threatening their lives. Carter's story took a darker turn when she described a horrific experience in which she was raped by two unidentified men. She claimed that Clarence himself had allowed these attackers to enter her apartment, and she had to endure the unspeakable cruelty of their acts. Carter adamantly insisted that Ashley was innocent on the fateful night of her murder. She testified that she was asleep in her bed and did not know where Clarence was at the time. She strongly denied any role in Ashley's death and firmly stated that she was not involved in the tragic incident. In a remarkably quick decision that took only 2 hours, the jury remained skeptical despite Carter's compelling testimony and returned a guilty verdict. Carter was given a life sentence without the chance of release as a result. That was not the end of the case. Clarence also appeared in court, arguing that he was innocent of Ashley's murder, but the same lack of response was given to his claims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, just like Carter, after the jury, clearly unimpressed by his claims, found him guilty as charged. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Follis was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Follis family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Follis residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fallis was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Origo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves' story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent, and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The tragic death of Barbara Faye Villarreal occurred in Garland, Texas, on November 7, 1986. A large kitchen knife was found embedded in her body after she was brutally stabbed and murdered in her own home. There were bloodstains all over the crime scene, which was horrifying and gory. Despite detectives' efforts, the case remained unsolved for almost 40 years. The killer had been hiding in plain sight, leaving a trail of unsolved questions until 2023, when advances in DNA technology revealed the truth. What sinister motives drove Barbara's horrific fate, and who was the mastermind behind it? You'll be amazed at the response. Let's examine the specifics. Garland is a city with a tale of resiliency and hope located in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. The city was named in honor of Attorney General Augustus H. Garland, and was established in 1887 as a result of the merger of Duck Creek and Embry. Garland eventually became Dallas County's third most populated city. However, there were difficulties along the way. The city, which is in Tornado Alley, had one of its worst days in May 1927, when a terrible tornado ripped through the streets, killing 17 people and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the city was brought to its knees, its spirit was unwavering. A feeling of solidarity and resilience surfaced as the residents of Garland rebuilt their homes and lives. They banded together and helped one another through the difficult times. One family's joy and love served as an example for others. They were so cherished and admired by everyone that nobody could have predicted the heartache that would soon ensue. Everyone was delighted by Barbara's radiant smile. Her family's love was evident and strong, and her presence brightened the space. However, life had other ideas, and this family would soon experience a tragedy that would upend their entire way of life. On December 23, 1958, Barbara Faye Villarreal was born in Peru, Indiana. She was the youngest of her mother's first marriage's 4 children. Barbara suffered a terrible loss when her father died when she was a little child. The family circle grew after her mother remarried and had 2 more children. 12 Mile, a tiny community a few miles north of Peru, Indiana, was where Barbara grew up. She was surrounded by warmth and love there, which helped to mold her into the kind and sympathetic person she is today. Her early years were characterized by adventure, laughter, and a strong sense of familial values. She loved the little things, like swimming in the local lake and riding her bike to her grandparents' corner store to buy candy. Her extended family, which included many cousins with whom she enjoyed sharing recipes and making memories, was always present on Sundays and holidays. At home, Barbara loved spending time with Kami, her faithful Pomeranian friend. As she matured into a young woman, her compassion, warmth, and understanding nature became increasingly apparent. Her heart was always willing to lend a helping hand to others, and her radiant smile could light up any space. Barbara married Domingo Diaz Villarreal on February 25, 1979, and the two of them created a life full of promise, love, and laughter. Barbara had made a name for herself in the accounting division of DeGolyer and McNaughton in Dallas, Texas, by the time she turned 27. She and Domingo settled in Garland, where they were surrounded by friends and neighbors in the 3600 block of Colbath Street. One of them was Barbara's best friend, Lisa Nugent, who loved her for being a kind, considerate, sweet, and wonderful person in general. A feeling of unease descended upon the tiny New Mexico town of Lovington on the evening of November 7, 1986. In stark contrast to the horror taking place inside the Villarreal residence, the sky was a serene shade of pink and orange. Domingo Villarreal was standing at a neighbor's door at 8:52 p.m., his hands shaking, his eyes wide, and his voice trembling. Slightly lucid from shock, he begged for assistance. "There's a problem with Barbara," he managed to say. After the neighbor promptly dialed 911, emergency personnel reached the location in a matter of minutes. The house was illuminated by the flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances that occupied the street. Officers entered and were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Barbara was brutally stabbed several times, and a large kitchen knife was still embedded in her body as she lay lifeless on the floor. As a brutal reminder of the evil that had killed her, the knife appeared to mock the scene. In his first statement, Domingo claimed that 2 men had broken into their house, bound him, and pulled Barbara into a different room. He stated that when Barbara's screams shattered the night air, he was in the backyard. She was being held captive by 2 armed men when he hurried inside. Barbara was led to a different room by 1 man, and Domingo was able to flee after the other man made him perform a sexual act at gunpoint. The police listened carefully, but every second that went by made them more skeptical. Domingo's face looked emotionless and his story sounded scripted. Fueled by doubts and questions, the investigation got underway. What actually took place that fateful evening? Did Domingo commit the crime, or was he a victim? Although paramedics responded quickly, Barbara's injuries were obviously serious. Although it was later discovered that she had been dead for more than an hour prior to their arrival, she was declared dead at 9:50 p.m. The full scope of the horror was disclosed in the medical examiner's report. She had numerous stab wounds all over her body, each of which was a testament to the attacker's violence and rage. An investigation into a homicide was started. For the Garland Police Department, the initial investigation into Barbara Villarreal's murder was a difficult and complicated procedure. It was evident as soon as they got to the crime scene that this case would call for painstaking attention to detail and unwavering resolve. With furniture overturned and personal belongings strewn all over the floor, the house was in a state of chaos that suggested a violent struggle. Several areas had bloodstains, indicating Barbara had put up a valiant fight against her assailant. To record the scene, investigators collected blood samples, removed fingerprints from different surfaces, and took a ton of pictures. A big kitchen knife that was thought to have been used in the murder was sealed as evidence and sent for forensic analysis. Nevertheless, the technology available at the time made it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the evidence. It simply wasn't adding up. Something was missing. Police interviewed a large number of neighbors, friends, and family members in the days after the murder. Barbara was described by close friends and family as a loving, kind person who had no known enemies. Nonetheless, some claimed she had been involved in a few family conflicts, which made police wonder if there might have been a personal motivation for the crime. As investigators continued their investigation, they discovered startling information about the family. Although many saw Barbara and Domingo as a happy couple, others witnessed them fighting regularly and dealing with serious problems. Their relationship was viewed differently by those who knew them. At first, the police thought Domingo might be a murderer. He was exonerated following a rigorous interrogation, but the investigation came to a standstill because Domingo was no longer a suspect. They had no additional suspects, no evidence, and no fresh leads. The investigation stalled, and the police had no idea what to do next. A faint blood trail discovered outside the house was the only hint, but it didn't belong to Barbara or Domingo. Detectives were left wondering who could have committed such a horrible crime, because this enigmatic blood was the only indication that a killer was present. The loss devastated Domingo and Barbara's family. They struggled to find peace, as the graphic picture of her death tormented them. Fearing that anyone could be the victim of such a horrible crime, the community was also rocked. The suffering and uncertainty were exacerbated by the lack of answers. It took a pivotal discovery to reveal the truth about her untimely death, so the case remained a mystery. It was challenging for investigators to make meaningful progress because of the dearth of eyewitnesses and hard evidence. Blood samples provided no useful information, and fingerprints taken from the crime scene did not match anyone in databases that were currently in use. The police were left with a number of unsolved questions and dead ends. The case started to lose steam as the weeks stretched into months. The investigation's initial enthusiasm faded, and it encountered many difficulties. Despite their continued cooperation with the police and their intense desire for answers, Barbara's family's optimism for a speedy resolution started to fade. The case was never entirely dropped, even though there was no progress. Regular reviews were carried out by the Garland Police Department, which went over the evidence again and spoke with important witnesses again. The case was still unresolved, though, and there were no fresh leads or discoveries. 2 years later, in 1988, Domingo lost his life in a shootout in Mexico, bringing tragedy once more. Detectives learned a startling fact after his death. Domingo Villarreal had been using a stolen identity. Fingerprint analysis revealed that his true identity was Jesus Canales. Barbara's parents told police in 1994 that weeks after the murder, Jesus Canales had called them from Mexico and said he had killed one of the victims and was pursuing the other, Liborio Canales of Rodeo, Mexico. Domingo was charged with orchestrating Barbara's murder with the assistance of 2 family members, but because there was insufficient evidence, police were unable to draw any firm conclusions. Detectives also spoke with a neighbor who claimed to have discovered Domingo in her kitchen a month prior to the murder. Later, she realized her kitchen knife was gone. She verified that the missing knife was the same one when detectives showed her a picture of the murder weapon. The Villarreal case became one of many unsolved murders as the years went by. The police department, however, was adamant about solving the case and refused to give up. Public assistance was requested through media appeals. The investigation was given a much-needed boost when a cold case team was brought in to offer new insights and creative expertise. Every tip, no matter how small, was followed by the police department, which worked tirelessly. Over the years, Garland police detectives and the FBI followed up on a number of leads in Mexico and the United States, officials said. However, no noteworthy discoveries were made until 2022. A major development in 2022 was brought about by advances in DNA technology. Detectives were able to re-examine the evidence with new eyes thanks to this creative tool, which gave the investigation new life. Investigators were able to use extensive public genetic databases to find possible relatives of the suspect. Through investigative genetic genealogy, which blends DNA testing with conventional genealogical research. Detectives could gradually identify the criminal by comparing DNA samples taken from the crime scene with these databases. The potential reward was huge, but the process was time-consuming. Barbara's family and everyone else who had suffered the loss of a loved one to violence had hope because this potent tool had already solved a number of cold cases across the country. Police reopened the Villarreal case in 2022. The case was about to take a drastic turn, and the possibilities seemed endless with the development of DNA technology. Now, investigators could examine small samples, make connections between disparate pieces, and find buried clues. The Garland Police Department used cutting-edge DNA technology to solve the long-standing mystery in 2023, a year filled with revelation. Surprisingly, a DNA sample from the crime scene was matched to Liborio Canales after police retested every sample. Investigative genetic genealogy, which followed Canales' family tree and helped identify him as the suspect, made this discovery possible. An incredible twist came to light after more research. Domingo Villarreal had a brother named Liborio Canales. Even more startling was the fact that Domingo had never told Barbara or the police that he had a brother. Liborio Canales was taken into custody by the Lovington Police Department on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, without any opposition. On a federal murder warrant, he was arrested and checked into the Lea County Detention Center. It was found by the police that he had left the country 2 days after killing his sister-in-law, Barbara. He had come to the United States from Mexico to celebrate his birthday with his family, not realizing that he was being pursued by police, which is why his arrest was successful. Authorities in New Mexico and the Garland Police Department worked together to make the arrest. Investigators had been following Canales around, and they quickly caught him when he crossed the border. Canales was taken into custody without incident and did not resist arrest. After that, he was taken for additional interrogation and processing. Liborio Canales eventually broke under the strain of interrogation and admitted to the horrible crime that had remained unsolved for almost 40 years. He came clean about the shocking reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day, because the weight of his secrets had become too much to bear. Canales claims that a family argument that had gotten out of hand was the driving force behind Barbara's heinous murder. Even though the specifics of the conflict are still unknown, it is clear that tension had been rising for a while before a tragic altercation. Authorities were able to assemble the evidence and create a compelling case against Canales thanks to his confession. Later, he was accused of killing Barbara. The legal proceedings proceeded swiftly because of his advanced age and the overwhelming evidence against him. Canales would ultimately be held accountable for his deeds, providing Barbara's family with closure and the community with justice. Given the seriousness of the accusations, the judge set Canales' bond at $1 million. After being deported to Texas, Canales was subjected to additional legal proceedings. An important first step toward taking responsibility for his actions was his booking into the Dallas County Jail on August 18. Canales received a 20-year prison sentence after his extradition and booking. This sentence probably means he will be incarcerated for the rest of his life because of his advanced age. After waiting for justice for almost 40 years, Barbara's family felt a sense of closure after the sentencing. The case demonstrated how crucial cold case units are, and how DNA technology can be used to solve even the most difficult cases. It also gave families of other unsolved crimes hope. According to Barbara's mother, the way the Villarreal case was resolved had a big influence on how investigations were conducted. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as an example of the effectiveness of tenacity and creativity in criminal investigations. Through the unwavering efforts of law enforcement and the revolutionary potential of DNA technology, a cold case that appeared destined to go unsolved was turned into a tale of justice. The knowledge gained from this case will continue to direct and motivate those committed to cracking cold cases and providing closure to families as we move forward. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.